username that had something like further down the alphabet than Zig in it, but there really aren't many options.
I mean, yeah.
Dare you?
You just need to work on your new character name, right, for whatever we play next, and just call them, I don't know, like ZZZZZ4.
Zig.
Zig?
Zig.
Zig.
Hello, I am Zig.
I am a Zig.
Oh my god. Anyway.
No, I am hearing my voice.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Yes. Hopefully the stream should be up, and you can all hear yourselves, as wonderful as that is.
Oh, I'm gonna mute that tab.
Oh, you can hear myself.
Muta the tab.
Muta Benny.
Mut.
Keiji Muto. The great Muta.
Oh dear. So, welcome to... Oh gods. I'll do that again.
Sorry.
It's fine. I liked it. Good energy.
No!
So, welcome to the Starfinder Fragments of Eternity Session 72? What? That's all legit.
I'll have you know, I just see an advertisement. There we go. I can see you.
Hello. Okay, sorry. Also, I'm wearing a very specific D&D roleplay type t-shirt. I'll stand up so you can see. It's a sword made of dice. Thank you.
Ah.
It's a pride sword made of pride dice.
Yeah, pride sword dice. Yep, there we go.
Cost a huge price.
Sword of pride.
Okay, so for Nico's sake, welcome to the Fragments of Eternity, that Starfinder game we play. It's session 72. It's the 12th of October 2020. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are some players. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, hello.
Hello.
I'm Nico. I'm playing Zora. Best armed diplomat.
Hello, I'm Colin. And, what you do, brother, when Lycomania runs wild on you? I am playing Lyco Quinn. He is your resident sneaky, spicky space cop extraordinaire.
Hi. Yes, that's it. That's all we're getting. No. Hi, I'm Callum, and I will be playing Zig. I have returned from the ashes of death. That's it. No.
Good.
Good. How was your week?
I think better.
Return from the ashes of death.
No, but
that sounds exciting.
It's impressive. Yeah. Phoenix-like.
Less interesting than you'd think it would be. It seems. But...
Oh.
Unless you mean like some kind of cricket-based, sport.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Look at that. Reference. Look at that. Look at me with the sports reference.
Speaking of sports, the Chicago Bears are doing really well right now, and I don't want to spoil it, but in 2016 I tweeted that the Chicago Bears won Super Bowl 55. And this is this year, so it's happening.
Is that actually happening? Is that going to be a real thing?
As it stands, it might be a real thing, but we'll see what happens.
Gave it the caster cuss. You should have just kept the thoughts to yourself, Cal.
Well, it's already there. It's out there. People can look at it.
Fuck with fate that way.
Tempting fate.
I literally, in order to find Twitter, I typed tweet into Google.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
How do I open PDF?
Oh dear. So, what do you remember from last time?
Right. That one Gresh is a dick.
You think?
So's Matva.
He may or may not be as much a dick as we thought he was, but he's obviously still a dick. Because he still wants to think of the path roads, just maybe not right. Maybe that isn't actually the case.
You're like the one Vesk that doesn't want to, though.
Yeah,
You're the dick.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
I think
we
missed
the
the
backwards.
That's
Zora's backwards, right?
That was just
they're in the canteen.
I was gonna say that's a random snippet, yeah.
Themselves, and they actually both do and don't want to invade.
Yeah.
Matfa is probably a dick. She's probably an usurping dick.
So
They're all until proven otherwise. Let's just assume they're all bad.
dick until proven
I mean,
not.
I think like Zora's goals just kind of try to dissuade
Dick
the
first,
desk
ask
for just
questions later.
looking at the patch.
This sounds like a fallacy, to be honest. So
I mean, like, just dissuade it. Make it look like there's just no worth. It's probably not going to happen, but fuck it, we'll try.
Yeah.
What happened on the other place? I can't really remember. I was too busy trying to think of what I was going to do with them, I guess. Like, if I'm going to be honest.
do you mean the Kivallari? Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
Kivallari.
Right.
Yeah, what happened with Kivallari? 'Cause
Okay.
I can't actually really remember too much.
HMS Quint.
Oh dear.
It's like captain until proven otherwise.
Yep. Yeah. So, Quint, what did happen on the ship?
Well, it's difficult to say because I have a very poor memory.
Ah.
It wasn't the most eventful. We talked. There was obviously back and forth on the other ship, and I interjected a couple of times with some of the findings.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
In sort of
Goblins.
preparation for goblins in the system, yeah. In preparation for our reconnecting with the captain for future scanning, see if we can sort of decipher what was up with that.
Yep. The brain scan problem. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what else happened? Spoke to Alice and she told me about the goblins. No, I spoke to the captain. He told me that Alice had done something that caused goblins. That's what. Yeah, and I remembered, of course, that his wording was very strange.
Yep.
That this goblin choice had been alarming, and I conveyed to the crew something might be up there. But of course, Lyko wasn't able to guess at what.
Just that there is something weird about the fact that the captain spoke that way.
Yeah, it was a weird. Generally not a word he tries to say. He generally avoids.
He usually uses fiends when discussing goblins. Yes. Yep. No, yeah, I think that's for the most part. I think that's about right.
It was a slightly lighter session.
Yeah, it was good to get the Mogesh conversation as the kind of focus of it. Personally, for me, I enjoyed that. The fact that we're 2 years deep into Starfinder is crazy. Yes, absolute mad. For you, Callum, your anniversary, so to speak, is
3 more sessions.
It's 1 month away. I think the 12th. I think.
The 12th.
I think so, because I think a wormhole situation was the last one for them, and then you joined for
That's
Drift and
right.
Spin. I think you were at the end of a wormhole situation purely as like listening in for it though. So it's the 5th of November or the 12th is your anniversary, which is crazy, and obviously your graduation day anniversary is on the 19th to the 21st of December. Mad how time goes. Mad.
Awful.
So
Not the case
Children
again.
screaming outside. Oh God, children.
not children indeed.
Not
The
the children.
beyond that though, the goals.
I thought they shut that place down.
Goals.
That's me.
So
Yes,
Wander
goals.
onto said goal page.
yes, please. So we have in place at the moment the personal goals of Zora. Put plan into effect regarding Demogesh's proposition. Lyko, investigate after effects of encounter with Grace.
Yes.
Weird has established cybernetic business limbs are as the body whole, bone, brain and beyond, or limbo. All of them good. I think that's the whole name of it. I don't think those
Yes.
are individual names.
I like that. Yeah,
I
a good
feel like
name
the-
should have "or" in it, like
Mhm.
Frankenstein.
Mhm.
For instance, that's a great
Yeah.
title. It's got "or" in it.
It's good.
Presumably some other things.
Yep. Good. Strong. We've also got Zig. Get to vault, get egg, and then you've scored out be happy-ish.
It's unachievable, that end part, I think.
Is there anything that comes to mind for a personal goal? Since you did miss last week.
I will be totally honest, and I didn't think very hard upon goals.
Okay, moving on.
Over the
General
battle.
goals. So, secure Kivalari intel crew corpses, delete as possible, and take to relative safety. Ensure Weird removes Vesk safeguard protocols on the final hour.
I'm gonna change that to just like ensure Vessi have safeguard.
I mean, I feel
protocols
like you're
for-
not, because those changes are done at the end of the session, buddy. End of the session.
Okay, I was gonna ask before this. Okay, right. That's
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, remember that whole Ryan likes notice to plan a session? Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, fix the Azure Flare, determine how involved / complicit Babak was, and reintegrate with the crew. That's our goals as they stand for now. If you wish to change any goals, let me know at the end when we review the goals, and we can definitely do so. Make a note now, if need be, and then save it for later. I actually stick post-it notes all around my desk so I don't forget stuff. Like this one. That is, calculate the XP cost of that encounter I built earlier. So I don't have to do that on the fly. Joys. Because I'll forget to do that, and then I'll have to do it during the session, and then I'll just be talking shit while I count numbers.
Would it be... bit of a question here. Would it be an incredibly stupid idea to buy a massive bundle of sweets off of eBay?
No.
No, go for it.
If you want them, get them.
If you don't want them, don't.
Yeah.
Because I really want to try candy corn.
Oh
Never
no,
had it.
you don't.
Oh no, it sounds awful.
So, here's my hot take. Don't.
Just don't?
Next question.
Yep. So, that's our goals. Let us jump back in to the game. In fact, Zig, do you have any questions for your crewmates regarding last session before we actually start?
Nothing major jumps to mind.
Whose major jumps to mind?
Did you see the end?
Where Thingy
The
flickered out as a
post-credit.
hologram
Yeah,
and was like,
yeah.
"Badoof!" Yeah.
Right, so you're good.
I wanted to make sure I got the end, so I didn't
Mhm.
skip like a little chunk in the last third of it. So
Luckily, it was other bits we bitched about Callum for like 10 minutes straight, yeah.
okay. So yeah, I have no questions. No further questions at this moment.
Your Honor. Yep. Okay, good. That's fine. So, on the final hour, we open up with Zora, sat like a Jarl in Nialis's chair.
And then I'd just be like, eye roll at the flicker. of
They
the
scream.
hologram, like just exactly. There's never like a howling eye roll right there. That was like the slowest eye roll. Make it like doubly dramatic because there was actually anybody there to see it. You know.
Mhm,
Yeah. And I'd sigh. I'd phone Lyco back up.
Like how your comm goes.
My com goeth and I answer it.
So just had a visitor.
Ah. I thought something might have been up. What's the situation?
It was Demigish.
Go on.
Let's not speak about too much over comms.
Fair. When
I guess maybe we could. Is it possible to do the scan the Azure Flare? Does it go to be in the Kivalani?
we should have taken that your flare, I would assume, do we?
What scan?
The scan from my brain.
The brain.
Oh, there's no med lab on the Azure Flare.
Oh, what about the final hour? No.
I don't know. Does it say it's got any medical
I don't
features
think
on
it
its?
does actually.
Don't think that
Good
is.
question.
I think it's got to be the Kefalari. Let's have a quick check of the thingy.
Yeah.
for it.
Have a look for it. Yeah.
I can't
It's in there somewhere.
So
Final hour.
Kivillari.
Info.
Until
But no. Don't look like it.
Physical Science Lab.
Oh, wait. Does it have? I didn't see that.
Free cargo holds in a Physical Science Lab. Expansion based cargo
so
holds 3.
physical science
Don't know if
lab would
that's
be
got that.
that would be like a engineering suite, right?
Uh,
A physical sciences lab, because that's more like physics, right? Physical sciences, is it not, in this system? I mean, I could be wrong. Let's just go look up.
As opposed to life science.
Yeah. So let's have a look at that skills. Why not? Because I don't. If it's there, why not?
Physical science.
You're educated in the scientific study of non-living systems. From
Non-living.
Yeah.
There we go. I saw me.
Well,
Rob.
arguably.
Are we truly living?
Wait. So
Or
does that
are we
mean
the answer?
that we can turn? Oh wait, that's a Kivillari. I'm looking at. Sorry, I'm looking at the Kivillari.
I was going to say I didn't. Well, I did say
No, I'm
repeatedly. I
looking
didn't
at
see
it.
it, but I just thought I was being blind.
Oh yeah, you did. I was looking at the wrong thing. Absolutely.
Okay, well that's fine. What about? Yeah, I'll just say to you, right? Yeah, we're not really equipped for the scans. It's gotta be over here. I think it's worth doing, Cap. If we've been influenced in some way, it would be good to know.
What's Query on this? Query was on this ship, right?
Query. Let's move to the map. 2 wee seconds.
To the window.
I think
to the
Query's
map.
like the only person on the ship now. Along with me. Remember, not we moved them.
Query
Looks like
is
they're
on.
okay.
There we are.
Sure, Flare.
Yep.
Right, and I'm assuming everybody else is. So I'm alone on the final level with Finn. Okay. And I've got like.
Technically, right? So this was where we're leaving open. So Zig, you took your fighter, Elth. You took it from Kivillari docking bay, and you put it into the final hour, right? So you docked it there.
That's fine.
And then you were shuttled to wherever you wish to be. So where would you like to be? And also everybody else decided that they were putting CC in the cockpit with you in your single man fighter.
I was thinking,
Yeah.
I love the image of that. I also hate the end of that.
Yes, that was pretty much all of our opinion, and you weren't here to defend yourself. So, yeah, that's. But I wanted.
I personally thought it was very funny and very R2D2.
Yes, because we decided it was called CCD2 or R2CC. Yeah. So where would you like to have ended up? Because I feel like you can decide where you and CC end up on whatever ship. It's unlikely you'll still be on the final hour, put it that way. But there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong to say that you are now back and docked at the final hour after his combo. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't mind if you want to be there now.
I'll be there in present time.
Okay.
And once all this as that is happening just now, is easier than
Yeah, because it just means like you and see.
everywhere else.
So yeah, like Zora, you'll whenever you discover that Zig has docked his fighter in the other shuttle bay, you'll realise that you've now got a Zig and a CC on board with you.
Okay.
And Finn, obviously.
So.
Zig of a CC.
So, like, I guess as I say, I mean,
Okay,
I don't know
Francis.
about just leaving. I was like, I mean, I don't know about just leaving fit, and then I was like, voodoo, like, or some crap like that, like, he had. Like,
Docking complete. Yeah.
or just like convenient. Could we perhaps get like Alice, somebody sent back to the final hour, and I'll head over to Kivillari. Check up.
So Alice is currently Azure Flare.
Alright, I'll call up
Okay.
Thanaida and see if she needs Alice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Let me know what the word is, Captain. We win.
Nick.
I come off
Come off.
of the day. Come on, come off.
It's probably something to do with the Vesk, right? They've probably got their comms designed so that when like they flick their necks, it shuts them off, But yeah.
Ah, I heard that signature neck creak, so I know the call is now off.
It's basically
It's like
that
the
you are
thing we don't
dismissed.
talk
Yeah.
too much.
Mhm.
It's like the thing that we just don't talk too much.
I like the idea that the sign off is basically just not signing off.
Yeah.
So he starts speaking, so the conversation's over, I guess.
Mhm.
A nod is just like the running out.
Yeah, it's the account of the Klingon Qapla', isn't it?
Yeah.
So
I can imagine like
yeah.
in battle as well, you wouldn't hear just like shouting and screaming if I try to like come and kill you, just like a nod. And everybody's gonna
Yeah.
miss.
It's anime rules, it's all fun and games when there's noise, but as soon as somebody gets serious and just nods slowly, you're fucked.
Yeah, also when the wind seems to be like swirling in a circle around them,
Mhm, mhm.
that's
Yep.
usually a bad sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just watch out for Zora doing that too.
Like bits of ground floating up around them. Lightning sort of sparking around them. Yeah, that's also a bad sign.
So
So
who's doing what now, right? So you've had that
I'll
exchange.
for neither.
Right, okay, cool.
I'll for neither. Right. For neither.
Captain.
Alice is aboard your ship, yes?
I believe they've just docked. Alice,
You-
Query, and Weird.
Have any need for Alice?
Personally, no. Should I? You can hear the smile, right?
Could you perhaps
Face creaks.
find out if she's cool to come back to the final hour?
What does her temperature have to do with it?
It's a term of phrases. You know this.
You can hear the smile. After you hear like the chuckle, you can hear her say, "I'll relay the message and get her to come you herself." Anything else?
No, that'll be fine. That'll be cool.
She nods, you hear the neck creak, and then she says, "You're too easy," and cuts the comm off.
I forgot she doesn't know the guy's brain.
Yeah, right.
And then I was like,
Yep.
okay, dude.
Rain down, no.
Keep in mind, right, so even though she did steal that guy's like fucking life story, she doesn't get everything, right? That's still like trying to like have a phrase book, So there is stuff she won't get, but she definitely was fucking with you.
I
Yeah.
was like, wait, there's like somebody doesn't know cool. Like, that's just not right.
God
I'm
damn.
a desk and I know cool, right?
This is the
She's all temperature Buffy.
This is what's the year again in this game? Does anybody remember? Is it
It's the year of our Lord 2020.
Is it 3017, 3018, something like
I
that?
think 37. 3017 rings a bell.
I think that's the default one, right? And I think we're a year.
Honestly, I've been wrong before.
I think we're a year ahead of that though. Because we've been in this game in terms of the actual time.
Viewers, fact check this.
It's apparently it's 317. We were way off. Not 3000
Oh
at all.
yeah. We've added in a zero though. That's fine. It happens.
So it's we're on 318 is what we're on apparently. Interesting. Okay, so I don't know why that was relevant. I forgot why I needed that information, but that's fine.
How shit workers are gonna go with this though? Big shuttles, I mean.
That's fine. I think your comm goes, and it's obviously Alice's ringtone you never set.
Cool.
No, it's more like some kind of anime opening tune.
Alice?
Captain.
Are you cool to come back to the final hour now?
I just got here, and Weird said that I'm in charge of. And she looks around. Obviously, you can't see this. She looks around and realizes Isabel isn't even on like the Azure flare. Yeah, okay.
Good. Because we kind of don't want to just leave, and like you could be like.
Oh, I know.
Eh.
Don't want him getting pregnant.
I guess, like, sorry, I did just chuck it, I guess. Because I was doing to stop that.
Hey, Zora needs a laugh, okay? Zora does need a laugh.
But yeah, I don't know how you'd get him back.
I mean, you could come pick me up.
True.
Or I could just take the shuttle from here to you, and then you could take it back. It depends. Are you like? Tonight I said you were coming here.
Yes. We're going to Kivallari. We have to go to Kivallari. Something like brain scan or something.
Oh yeah, Lyco's thing.
Yeah.
There's just silence.
Yeah, silence back. Like, hangs on us, like, what is much interest.
Yeah. I think like after like that silence, I think there was like maybe like 30 seconds past, and Alice goes, I guess I'll fly to you then, Cam.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
She finger guns, and you hear the motions. Yep.
Yes, kick the arms.
Yep. Yep. The servos in her arms. Yep. And then she just looks at the comm. Goodbye, Cam.
It's already been dubbed.
Okay. Boop. Yeah. So she'll go to the shuttle and she'll head over. What's everybody else doing? What's Lyco up to while this nonsense is going on?
Tapping his foot rhythmically. No, probably. I don't know. Is there anything I can make myself useful with?
Depends what you want to do, right? Because, like, I mean, you could. I don't know. You could try and do something about the captain's chair if you wanted. Right? Try and make it comfortable again, because it was kind of torched.
Sorry about that.
It's all like bent. It's all like bent, mangled metal at the moment.
I don't think we would need that chair, you know.
It's a bit engineering-y, but I can try it.
You do have Shakos and Isabel, right?
I think I would try it myself.
Why is everybody so reluctant to engage with Isabel? Oh dear. But yes, that's fine.
Isabel, it's the fact that it's my chair now.
I mean, that is still a conversation you have yet to have with the technical commander of the ship.
I don't have the conversation. I can't rebuff.
I like denial. Yes, it's good.
QED, Ryan. QED.
I think Isabel and Shakos will just be in the cantina then, like the downstairs, like, you know, kitchen, having that coffee.
Wish I had the coffee.
You could go, to the canteen.
Okay, I will go and make some rolls.
Yeah,
in the game.
Oh, I think I'm gonna make
just
make
to
everyone one. That'd be good.
Just a while to get to every day.
Get a roll to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Might just take a while, but you could try.
I won't.
So, yeah, like I feel like, do you want to give me a perception or whatever you want for finding stuff around the ship to like cannibalize, and then your engineering?
Perception, okay.
Yeah.
Perceive this.
Okay, so we won't find much, but we've got something to work with. Yeah, it's fine. And then engineering to try and tape together a better state.
This is probably not going.
Still worth a shot though.
It goes well.
Wow.
It's as well as it could have went.
Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
So, like, you found essentially like kind of shitty material that you would put into like, you know, maybe it's the brig mattress type material, right? And you found like spare that in a cupboard somewhere, like hard foam boards or some shit, and you've used that to try and like cobble together a seat. I wouldn't say it would be great if the ship experienced any like turbulence, but at least you'll sit in it and it won't fall apart.
Oh, okay.
But like, it's not going to be a brace for impact safe place. You'll want one of the undamaged seats for that.
Okay. It can be fixed properly later.
Yes, but that was pretty good though.
It could be a lot worse. Yeah.
Isabel turns up on the bridge as you're duct taping parts of it together, and he's just like, "Do you want this, or are you busy?" You look up and she's got like a brew canister.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good.
Because
the
there
mug.
is. No, like it's it's almost like a small thermos flask type thing,
I am.
Alright,
And she hands you it, and she's like, "Here, careful, it's hot." She's just slowly looking at the chair. I'll let you have that conversation. And she just laughs and leaves
Not
the
a
bridge.
series.
Thank you.
She kind of waves over her shoulder as she's leaving the bridge through the mangled doors. I mean,
I will take a sip.
half the bridge is still charcoaled, right? Given Zora's fucking Nova bursts.
He
Yes,
sneezes again.
It's because he's been talked about.
Picking up in here. Not a priority.
Yep.
Take a swig of coffee and look proud of my work.
And as I said, you do have obviously air and life support and all that in the ship, so you are safe to like actually drink space coffee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like there's no
I don't
like-
think I explicitly said that BA would be.
yeah, like well the other two downstairs did as well. Like they had to drink it. They took their helmets like back and had a drink. They're fairly content that they've been there for like 8 or 10 hours now, and nothing has like went wrong. So
Yeah. Thing is, went on.
yeah, it's obviously the GM addition to all statements, or as far as you know. But
Well,
yeah,
I'm in a spaceship as a potentially hostile. I keep my helmet on at all times. Like that's the way it just goes, man. Right. I don't know if I could have, right?
yeah. But when you want to sit and have a space coffee in your new spaceship, as a space captain,
Coffee.
Yep.
Like I'll just feed it into my tube. Like will be a tube, right? Like
this must have a tube.
I just feel like a wee screwing canister with a tube, wee sucky straw inside your suit.
Sure. I mean, you're still sucking in the outside, but yeah. Lycon needs to patch up his suit. Actually, that's maybe something you also did, right? I'll let you.
Yeah, that is a good point.
I'll let you, like-
opportunity.
I was going to say your engineering role kind of
Their
covered that as well.
roles should,
No.
I think engineering, yeah.
No, I'm
it
gonna
makes
say-
sense for engineering to.
I was going to say no. I'm going to say like the
textile job at that.
your role is fine for the chair. Like I'd say you could also have just taped up your wrists, right? That are, exposed.
Yeah, maybe like some really heavy taping, just
Yeah.
in case.
Well, it's space duct tape. It's designed to patch like rips in suits and stuff, and very small breaches in hull.
Actually, it's just duct tape.
Yeah.
They just call it space duct tape.
Mhm.
But it's just duct tape
Yeah.
still.
It's because it's duct tape in space.
No one knows why they've added the word space to it. It just became popular to do that.
Yeah, the rival brand is Hyper Tape. But no, like I think that's fine. Like
That's just
it's just
duct tape,
you
though.
still definitely want to like acquire tailored armor to get your blades in and out without risk of
Mm-hmm.
your shit. Because technically, your helmet being on and off is irrelevant since you extended them. So
That's a fair point.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
There would be atmospheric stuff getting in.
But I mean,
Yeah.
there seems to be no effects as far as you can tell yet. So
Again,
Mhm.
these are qualified.
the worst thing as well is I did the anime villain pushing my glasses up my nose there when I said that, and it was
I didn't see you doing
It's
that,
okay,
so
it's-
it doesn't count.
yeah,
It doesn't
perfect.
necessarily mean you're a villain. It could also mean that you're a Quincy Archer.
True.
Or you
Yep.
could be like some sort of genius gamer as
Mhm.
well. That's also
Or one of the
Like,
7 deadly sins. Yep. Any number of things it could be.
My potato chip and eat it.
Dun-dun.
One of the famous lines from Death Note
Yep.
or
Uh,
Desu Note. Do you remember that?
yep.
do not-
So,
This
besides
is an insult to the original Desu Note.
besides us discussing anime and live action travesties of anime, which weren't actually that bad, then yeah.
I like the films. They were bad, but I like them.
Yeah, I never watched the most
So
recent
is Death
Netflix thing,
Note.
but
Well, I haven't watched that either.
no.
I made a brilliant comment on Facebook years ago when that was announced, which was simply Yagami White.
Mhm.
It was a
No
good
one liked it.
actual.
No one liked it.
It was a good actual Japanese live action Death Note.
I know.
Yeah,
So I've not
that's-
seen the American version.
I was gonna say
No, Willem Dafoe is Ryuk, isn't he?
I was gonna say I've
Ryuk,
seen.
sorry.
I mean, is he, or did people just assume he was because he looks like it? Like
He is in real life.
I was gonna say, yeah, like he's just Ryuk, right? And also the Green Goblin in real life. Sorry, Willem Dafoe, like you're actually a really fucking stand-up guy.
Very strange looking man. Sorry, he is.
But like, well done you. What? Anyway, back to this game. Right, so we're gonna move Alice over to the final hour.
It is Willem Dafoe.
Let's pop her over in the NPC list. Zig and CC will decide what you're doing. Once Alice arrives, she'll have her shuttle there. So I'll move the shuttle over for now. Right, so talk me through this scene on the final hour now that Alice has arrived. Andy greeting her?
So Oreo probably made himself waiting at the bays.
Well, she has to dock at one of the like the side things. The bays are full.
They're full.
Yeah.
Oh, the bays are full.
Yeah, because you've got the final hour shuttles in one of the bays, and then the fighter is in the other. So she can't
Yeah,
dock in.
true.
She has to dock as a side by side.
I'll go greeter. I'll be there.
Okay.
Told her to come right.
Mhm.
I think that'd be rude.
Quite right.
Yeah, and she just randomly just hugs you really expressively, like she hasn't seen you in like 10 years.
I would give her just like an awkward like hug pat in the back,
Mm-hmm.
like hi.
Hi, I owe myself 10 credits because I didn't think you'd hug me.
I don't know how Zora feels about that, to be honest. I mean, the hug.
Yeah, I just seen. And she walks past you.
Would nod very slowly.
I see.
Yeah, now I'm going out of the bay, I guess.
Yeah. Zig, CC, what he's up to in the bay.
I feel like I have an image of trying to get CC to put something back in the ship he's taken out, or
Yeah, something he's probably he's tugged on during like the flight over, and it came off, and he's just held on to it since.
yeah, or he's got like a little pile of things that were on the ship, and now are in the bay, he's running around trying to pick things up and put them back.
He's probably just screaming at you as well.
He's like just like.
I think so, Zora. When you walk into the bay, I think both of them just look at you and then point at each other.
Yeah.
Thumbs up to the both of them.
Captain.
Easier that way, Cap.
So, do you want to take it back to Kivalarizig?
Sure. Yes. Do you know what? I will. Yes.
And I don't know if I want to do this with Alice.
Hmm.
Mm.
Remember,
CC could be
I was gonna say
very
like
handy.
I was gonna say yeah, like putting CC back on the Azure Flare would definitely speed up its repairs.
Right, that's true. That's true.
It just so basically anywhere you put CC, keep in mind this is a bit like when you played Metal Gear 5 and you need to put your goddamn fucking staff in different departments. Like
You have a staff in Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
75 million.
Metal Gear
75 million. Don't worry about it.
But what if, you see, I was thinking right for this ship that's getting pinged.
Yeah,
Like
the final hour.
like CC could help with obviously getting rid of whatever the fuck lets like Dimmelgeist just invite himself in, and
Yeah.
probably thinking maybe the Obsidian Star like just taking control of the vessel whenever the fuck they please. Like
You could definitely ask him to do that.
that could be handy. That could
I mean, Alice could also like.
I
I was gonna say Alice could help with that as well, right? Like she is pretty handy mechanically.
well, you know what? I'll help. I'll ask Alice to do it while she's here, so she can. she's
Go
not just
ask
stuck here doing
Alice.
Nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Can you give me a minute? Because CC could probably be us, right? Because he could, yeah, and in as well. Just can handle this. I keep on forgetting Alice is good with mechanical
Like
things.
keep in mind you've got like so Alice, CC, Weird, and Isabel are like your mechanic team. Like you got a pretty solid mechanic team, to be fair. CC is better with software than he is with hardware, to be honest, because hardware ends up like spoons that fire out. Software is like, oh, I've just found this cube you were looking for, and we've just been in orbit for 30 minutes. So
I'm feeling this might be a mixed bag. Like could be a wee bit of hardware and a wee bit of software, you know. But I'll ask Alice anyway.
Yeah. So I think she went to the bridge like after she parted with. Like you went back and she went forward.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'll give the like a one moment sort of gesture, and I'll kind of turn around and go towards the bridge.
CC looks up at you Zig and gives you the one moment gesture as well.
Because defeatedly sighed.
Welcome to Zora's life.
Looks dead into the camera and shrugs. Freeze frames.
Yep. Wow.
Anyway.
It's the Brady Bunch introduction with all of your faces in it now. I think we've got enough crew to fill that, don't we? Oh dear. Yeah, sorry. Continue, please. Phone Alice.
So I'll phone Alice. Yeah. Alice.
Captain.
Do me a favour while you're here as well.
Probably.
There's a good chance that there's like maybe some sort of like hardware, maybe software that could like a safeguard protocol. You know what those are, right?
Yes.
I don't know what those are.
I was one.
I heard weird talk about it once.
I literally used to be one.
Well, I mean, could you maybe check about this ship for them?
More me?
More things that could maybe like let the vest take control of the ship without us wanting it to happen.
So you don't want to be able to take control of the ship. Got it.
I don't want the Vesk, the other Vesk.
Okay.
To take control of the ship.
Okie dokie.
Right. Right, roll back what I just asked you to
I think I broke myself. Oh dear. One moment, please. Whew. 72 sessions is how long that took. 72 guys. Oh dear. This game. Whew. Right. Whew. Cat in the furnace. No. So, you said roll back what you asked her to. She goes, well, you said that there might be more of what I used to be on the ship that would stop you controlling the ship, but it might let other yous take over the ship, and you don't want other yous taking over the ship, so you want me to get rid of all the other me's.
Good shit.
That was very difficult to say moments ago, just so you know. Oofed.
You done well. Yeah, that's what I want to do. You go with that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Gotta go now.
Bye.
Bye.
She hangs up.
It's nice.
Whew.
Like, this isn't.
This is your crew, buddy.
Like in the Viscarium, I would turn towards like.
CC just slowly nods like he understands.
Can you imagine if Viscarium actually was run like this and yet somehow had been an incredibly successful empire? That would be more alarming.
I mean, see, to be fair though, you guys are fairly successful, right? Like,
yeah, but we're not running any empires.
Yet.
Yet.
So far as you know.
If I kill that, I will get. I might be the highest ranking Vesk in this system.
Like, arguably, yeah.
Yes, right. Yeah, no.
Might actually be an option now that I think about it, and just to get the Vesk the fuck out of the pact world, you know. Like, cool.
But the only thing is, though, like the
I
Vesk
don't
Emperor
actually
might be like, no.
Nah, I mean, he didn't speak to me because I mean, I'm not actually part of the Vesk Empire, and he knows it.
Mhm.
I pulled the card on Demigesh because he might know something about the Obsidian Star. But
See, so here's
yeah,
the thing, right? Here's like a bit of misc lore. I hadn't decided if the Vesk Emperor was male or female. I kind of feel like it should be female.
probably
Right.
an Empress.
See,
Probably
well,
an
no, like
Empress.
I still feel like they call themselves Emperor. But like I do feel like
Well, the Emperor is a gendered term.
so. Yeah, but I don't think the Vesk care about that. It's just probably the only word it translates as, right? Much like how Zik is called Medkit.
Tell you what the Latin for Empress is, because
Mhm.
Emperor is Imperator.
Mhm.
It's Imperatrix. It's exactly what
Nice.
you think it would, which is a very cool name.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty damn cool.
Imperatrix. I like it.
Maybe that is then the term then, because Imperatrix sounds more sci-fi and evil,
think
doesn't it?
Spanish
It
is
sounds
Imperatriz.
Yeah, I think you could be right there as well.
I could see a bunch of lizard men saying Imperatrix.
Because a lot of Spanish is just Latin words made weird.
And I'm pretty sure it's because I've seen a bunch of like elites feel like Halo say like Imperator or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's been said at some point in fucking like elite saying that. So
There's a piece of music from 300 apparently, Rise of an Empire, and it's by Joe Blankenberg, and it's Imperatrix Mundi, and that just sounds like a Jedi.
It means Empress of the Earth.
Yeah, and it's I mean, technically it'd be world, right?
Mindy, world or Earth.
Yeah. But yeah. Interesting. Anyway.
I'd say Earth because it specifically has connotations of the worldly rather than just the physical. You know, like.
Oh no, like yeah, I get you.
Gloria Mundi, sort of thing.
I get you. Who's moving Zora up and down?
The club? Or no?
Right, so, Zig, anything else you're replying to the captain at all, or? We're just in this really weird moment where we've decided that the Viscarium is not like this.
No.
I don't think he has a comment, a rebuttal to that whatsoever. I think he would just kind of like maybe walk over to the side of his little.
Wait, is this Blue Line Lyco's like coup already?
Like
it's drawing the line. What the fuck?
I don't know how to undo it. How do I open PDF?
There we go. I just thought your coup had happened. Now you've got who you cared about. You've got Shakosh, you get Isabel. You're clearly claiming the Azure Flare as well. You've drew the line.
Reference. You need to just select it with the mouse cursor. It's not like a rub out button. It's like
I was trying to control Z it. It didn't work.
Weirdly, like it's strange that it doesn't, right? Because Control Z does let you undo stuff in this, but not everything, and I don't understand why they decided that.
Weird.
If you make a bear, for instance, it doesn't undo it.
Yeah, exactly. So, speaking of this game,
So Ziggle just kind of like nods at the captain, and like kind of just walk up to the elf and kind of pat it on the side before jumping in.
Right.
And he's just gonna let everyone else sort themselves out getting in because it's gonna be a tight fit.
So, you're sitting in your one-man fighter.
Yeah.
Right?
We might need to go on this show.
CC just like shimmies forward and takes that. CC like shimmies forward and takes all the stuff that was on the floor that him and Zig were arguing about and quickly pushes it in his crate.
I'll kind of point towards the shuttle.
Which one? I assume you're going to take the Azure Flare shuttle back. Because that would make sense, right?
Yes.
Captain. Because you could just take that all the way to the Cave of Larry.
Shit in your mouth. If you're arguing with CC, he's not going to crawl in your mouth, probably.
You don't. I don't want to bank on that.
Okay, fair.
Oh dear.
But
there's probably a scene somewhere of Zig stuffing something in his mouth and CC going after it, but
Cece just mimics it with his hand and then sits and thinks for a long period of time, staring at Zig. Soon.
Yeah, and then you kind of, I guess, kind of shut everything down
Mhm.
in his like very specific,
Yeah.
ritualistic way.
Like you,
Just
you hold this
sitting
panel down so you can push the button properly, and then
Yeah,
yep.
you gotta get your knee under like the little like desk part to hold it up so the connection's solid.
It's very much my first car that nobody should drive. Yep. Sarah, do you want to roll perception for me?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It was awful.
No, it's just mostly you just look at the kind of fighter that Zig has, and you think, how does that even fly? Like how? It is clearly like a bunch of random like scraps put together. The fact that he made it to use is quite a miracle.
And I think maybe at that point Zig kind of jumps out, right, attempts to like kind of close the, I was gonna say door, but
Cockpit lid.
yeah,
Yeah.
the cockpit lid. Maybe gives it like a thud,
Mhm.
or it just kind of like
Close the lid.
you know how the, like the hydraulic like
Yep.
assistance just doesn't work and it just falls down.
Yep. Like a broken boot or something. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then goes, right. Should we go?
Yes. Yeah. I would not.
CC
I would
run.
go on that.
CC runs up to like your leg, and points up at you.
I would pick him up.
Yeah. He climbs and sits on top of your like shoulders as he normally does.
I think Zig has like a actual like sigh of relief that CC is now occupied with someone else. As much as he likes CC, it's
How much is that specifically?
like a 4.
Okay.
4 whole likes. And yeah, we'll just follow the captain onto the shuttle.
Sure.
Yep.
Shuttle AF.
I mean, it doesn't have a name, so if you want to name the Azure Flare Shuttle, you can. Like, because remember that's the
shuttle AF.
Because it's the really
Shuttle
oh my god.
The AF, mate. It's the AF, mate.
Yeah.
What happened?
Because every time I read it, I just think the as fuck shuttle. That's just what.
That
Yeah.
works. Shuttle AF.
Yeah.
L shuttle.
Mhm.
Link. Inside the shuttle.
Okay. Yep. Cool. So who's? So you're taking CC with you as well, Zora?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Right. So you want to stop at the Azure Flare first then? Because I assumed you were just going to go straight to the Kivallari.
Yeah, I guess we stop at Azure Flare first and DC and the.
Cool. Well, I'll dump him there. I think you just hand it over to Query. As he's yeah, basically just like dock with the Azure Flare and the fancy shuttle pod thing that fits the AF shuttle perfectly, and then just open hatch, hand out CC. CC just kind of hangs there, and then just gets taken by Query, who's like, "What do I do with this? Goodbye." And then we'll have you guys. You just want to head over to the Kivallari. So
Kivallari.
Wabam. Oh.
Stole myself.
You did, and you put yourself in the NPC list.
Wow. Don't hate the non-player characters, hate the game.
Oh,
Don't hate the
we're
game
back.
either.
Don't hate either.
Oh,
just
we're about. Sorry, my
okay.
dinner's just arrived.
Am I?
Wow.
Ooh, what
In my day, we didn't have dinner.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, I'm lying.
Yes, you are.
Oh dear. Right, okay.
In my defense,
Oh dear.
it was a pointless lie.
Fair.
And that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's not harmful, it's just stupid.
So, guys. Dead and Rat. Like, how is
It'd be a good t-shirt, wouldn't it?
Dead and Rat. It's kind of
Either
one.
that or not harmful, just stupid.
Have like one on the front, one on the back.
Now you're talking. So, you dock with the Kivalari. What's the plan, Zig? Lyko?
Wow.
Well, I assume get Captain scanned, but he's gone to get dinner. So,
Narratively get Captain
Slowly push this AFK captain into scanner.
Well,
yeah,
that
as long as
obviously.
we stand near him, he moves closer to the point. Is that how that works?
No, if you go far enough away from him, he teleports.
He teleports. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
False
Um,
alarm.
Oh, well.
False alarm, indeed.
I
Right.
say
Wow.
it's like Watson in that.
The terrifying Watson thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So yeah, I guess we do that. We keep watching Zora as we run backwards and then turn around and turn back and see if he's
So,
teleport.
having successfully teleported you onto the Kivalari,
What even? So, why did nobody make a reference to Halo Co-op, right? Like, why did nobody make a reference to like Halo Co-op, where you walk far enough ahead and you just appear at your teammate as well?
I didn't remember that was a thing.
So
Yeah.
I don't have friends
Oh,
to play Halo Co-op with. There we go.
I'll play with
Wow.
anybody.
Oh, thanks.
Wow.
So anyway.
Oh. So,
Right, these are all in the Kivalari.
you gonna calm me? Will I calm you? Who calms whomst?
Shakos calms Lyko.
Oh?
Wow.
Yep. Because I don't know where you are,
hello?
but she's on the bridge at the moment.
I'll probably be sort of walking away from the bridge towards the shuttle bay.
Yeah, and she'll be like, so, ship just docked at the side of the ship. It's the shuttle.
Yeah, I'm expecting the captain. That was a slurp of coffee, but I couldn't slurp very well.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just Hannibal has appeared. Thank you, Clarice. What? Nothing. So anyway, yeah, she goes, okay. Cuts off the comms.
I calm the captain.
Mm-hmm.
Captain, you're on board?
Yep. Just arrived.
I'll be with you in a minute. Unless you want to just meet me at the med lab.
Yeah. Let's be the med lab.
Sounds good. See you in a minute.
Oh yeah, that place we were stuck in.
There we go. Do you want to just move your tokens there and we'll deal with that. I'll get you can go.
Ugh. I would probably have been like all the way through to the stairs and then just doubled back to go in here.
I just teleported.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. I always wonder, like, see if you're in the Legion of Doom and you're like one of the just numpties.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What do you do, right? Would you go like I'm the guy who's got a chunk of kryptonite stuck in his chest. Other than that, there's nothing special or important about me.
You're in charge of
I
inventory,
feel
obviously.
a motion to invade Slovenia, and like Slither's like, no, we don't. Oh, okay, sorry, Lex. What happens? What did he do? Anyway,
Well, mostly they just
I love what
wait
they do
and
with the Joker, right? The Joker, they humour him because it's more difficult not to have him on board. The
plus
Joker goes
it's
like, oh, we should kill all the children. And you go, yes, Joker.
right.
Kill all
So
the children.
calm down, and let's be in
Woosah.
Starfinder.
So we scan the captain. We get his.
Scan the captain. Yes.
Lego.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening.
It's obviously been a stressful day for Lyko.
Out of our P slaps Lyko and
Oh,
get out of yourself, man.
yeah. Captain, Oh man, sorry. Welcome back on board. Let's get you in. Is the scanner still upright, or did we turn it back?
It can be whatever we want it to be. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get it upright. It'll probably be easier than trying to get the captain onto a bed designed for a human being sized thing.
Wow.
You're large.
No,
You're a large Vesk.
Technically, he's a medium creature, but yeah, he is a big Vesk.
A medium creature. That's vague.
A large human sized. A very large human.
Humanoid, yeah.
Size. Yes.
Anyway, large.
And in charge.
Technically medium, but big. Yes, Charles in charge. So yes, I shall.
See, I heard Ouijium, and I just thought you were having a go at his Glaswegian again.
No, I was never having a go. I merely pointed out the last time that he had an accent. Suddenly, my accent's become quite strong now that I'm talking about other people's accents. I don't know what that is. So yes, I will press the button.
Yep.
And do the scan.
Cool, do you want to roll? I think it was computer to do the scan, isn't it? Or medicine?
Computers.
Whatever one you want.
You want computers or medicine? Oh, computers, since I have some computers.
Okay,
That's not a good roll.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the scan, yep.
Yeah, it's scanning. Give us a...
Like he'll get rid of all the pop-ups on the screen while he's going through it, yeah. Scan finishes, yep. Do you want to try and roll medicine to interpret the data?
I don't, but I will.
Okay, yep. Cool.
I was going to say I'll do it.
I was thinking that as like a med kit sitting standing right in front.
I mean,
Well,
yeah.
that's fine.
I think with this, Lyco, you just hold up the scan pad and clearly go, see? And obviously you and the captain are staring at it. As if it's supposed to answer everything.
I see a healthy Vesk.
May I roll the medicine to see what I am seeing?
Yeah, so you just like walk up and like...
I'll walk up and I'll reach out to either steady his hand so it matches, or if he lets go, I'll take it off him.
I'll let him have it. Well, by which I don't mean I'll kick him.
Wow. Let him have it!
Yeah, you can compare the two. Like, in fact, you compare all the medical files that you've scanned so far, and obviously the body of Krim and Stu, Lyco, and Zora all have the brainwave thing.
Okay, you all seem to have it.
Or the after effects, I don't want to say brain damage because it sounds too severe.
Captain, did you come into contact with the... And he kind of like looks up a Lyco and goes, "Praise."
I tried to touch one, yes. It was a diplomatic effort, and then it turned out to be savages.
I think
Fiends.
Zig would just hold the data pad back up to Lyco.
I did try diplomatically.
They attempted to do something to us. So yeah, we were concerned, and it turned hostile. But obviously, we have reason to believe that these are the markings of their influence. So this gives us something pretty valuable, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we scan anyone else and find these similar patterns, we'd have a good indication that they had been or could even be under the influence of a grey. So, I mean, obviously, I would like to get absolutely everyone involved scanned just to be safe, but there may not be time for that. And frankly, I don't know if we want to waste the fuel, the energy. Let's consider that for a later date. But it does tell us something, which is that although whatever it tried to do to us didn't seem to work, at least that's the impression I got from its behavior and from the fact that I just felt vaguely weird, and then otherwise was fine. I think that there's some sort of lasting effect from exposure anyway. So we don't know what happened to Stu, other than that he and Lyko mimes shooting himself. So we don't know that he was forced to do that directly. It could have been an indirect effect. It could have been side effect. We don't know. It could have been unrelated. But we have to consider the possibility that these things, even if they fail to like directly control or what have you, that their influence could still be dangerous. So it's probably worth keeping in mind, Zig, that you are. Was we have we done weird? I've gone blank.
We did, didn't we?
I think so.
It was weird influenced. Yeah. I thought right. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say Zig was the only one who wasn't, and then I thought, like, am I correct in that? Yes. So it's like it might be worth bearing in mind, Zig, that you are the only one of our core crew that hasn't been influenced by them. I'm gonna have a look through the files again, see if I can find any traces of anything related to.
Shouldn't we at least scan Zig in case it's in contact with the ship? Just something to do with a point at the zombie crystals.
I mean, you want to scan him again now that he's been in the ship for a while? I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. And then they'll
Doesn't
get in
take long,
position to
right?
get scanned as quickly as possible. And
Okay.
Okay. You just know the rules.
Shall I do it again?
I mean, Zig could technically operate it if he wanted as well. It's up to you, but anybody can.
You know what? I will actually even suggest that to him. It's like, Zig, you seem pretty handy with this. Do you want to run your own?
I can read it. I'm not sure I'll be able to find the scan button, but let's find out. Shaboom! That's a really good roll for me.
I mean, you can find the scan button, yeah.
Yay! Tried to scan myself, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, scan does its thing. Bzzz, bzzz, you know, its thing. And, yep, cool. Yep. Nope, totally different. To you guys.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the same as it was before for me.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. I thought when you said totally different, I was like, oh shit! No, yeah. Still, and I think he kind of like air quote unaffected.
I mean, it was basically like, I don't know how to describe it, but every time it was looking at me, I was getting a bit of a headache. So, like, yeah.
Yeah,
something to do with that.
I do remember there seemed to be inflicting pain and discomfort mentally.
It might be worth having everyone who's come into contact not be alone for any period of time.
Okay.
Just to be cautious.
Who all did we scan again? Scanned all the core crew.
Right, so you scanned Shakos, right? Because you and Shakos started this train, right? With Stu, right?
I think we scanned Isabel also.
You did, but she wasn't going to take off the suit, remember? And it came back inconclusive.
Yes. Once you've exhausted all.
Yeah.
I do remember her bullshit.
Yeah, so she, like, hers came back inconclusive, like there was, like, as if the scanner had a bit of a moment to itself. And she just said, probably the suit. And then said, you know, if literally your life means I have to step out of the suit, we'll talk again. Not even that she will get out of the suit.
The suit.
Don't know. I mean, the ironic thing that you don't know is that currently she's downstairs with her helmet off, drinking coffee.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious, but that's a by the by.
Mayhaps she has other reasons to avoid the scan.
Oh.
Seen the woman die.
That is true.
Seen the woman die.
That's still kind of up in there on how she's actually even.
So,
Just a regular take.
So here's the thing, though, Zora and Lyko, you just don't remember her dying.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. You told us that. But that's just inconsiderate, really.
It's one of the, so the way this works, right? See, for the stuff that Zig has messed with, and I use that loosely because we know Zig has messed with everything. But like when you wake up from a dream, and the more you try and push to grab onto the memory, the further away it goes, the more vague it gets. So it is like, wait a minute, didn't she die? Wait, am I thinking of someone else? Like, do you see what I mean? Like, you were aware of that fact from the narrative, but it's as if it never happened now. So
Dora is not suspicious at all.
there you go.
Doesn't know a thing. Like,
I mean, the inconclusive
I'm not
reading is
suspicious,
like
just-
yous were all scanned through your suits. Keep in mind, right? And so was she, and hers came back inconclusive. So that is enough if you wanted to be a bit sus, right? That is enough.
Yeah.
It's a stretch, but it's not too ridiculous. You could say, wait, so the scanner can get through our suits but not yours? Is yours specifically designed for
More to sense that if I know if I feel something's up with her behaviour there, because I have access to the cameras and I probably check them semi-regularly.
I mean, you can sense motive if it's to be like, is she suspicious now?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
When-
No, like she done everything she was told to do, right? I mean, by suspicious, like if you were, right? So I'm not saying you have, but if you were to check the cameras, you'd see her doing some really unnecessary stuff with a coffee cup in the canteen. But that's all weird instructions,
Okay.
right? So weird behavior was literally ordered. So
Yeah.
right? So that might be weird, but she did all that suited anyway. As I said, her and Shakos are pretty much just chilling in the the galley or the fucking kitchen or whatever you want to call it. It's probably a kitchen, it's not really a galley. So, but like, as for how she's been, no, she's just been helpful. Isabel is, for lack of a better term, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
She's obviously, she is cagey, right? Like she is in general though. But that hasn't really, that's normal for her, right? She is quite Solo-esque. I don't mean Han Solo, but I just mean literally like she keeps to herself a lot. Mostly because she gets a lot of grief from Weird.
oh,
Sure, Isabel.
Yeah.
Well, I
well, that's unfortunate. I don't remember
lacking
that.
any reason to be suspicious of her. You see, if we sort of try and think on it, we'll be aware. Like, so is that something that we could be sufficiently aware that there was something missing? That we could try and do something about that?
Depends if you think about that, because it could be just that you think you've been remembering something wrong, right? Like, oh no, that's not what happened. What's that thing where you?
I'll see if
What's
it
the
comes
thing
up, so-
that's is it the Bell effect or whatever it's called? What's the thing where you could swear something was always this way and then it turns out it's not?
Mandela.
Yeah, that's the one. Like, it might be more like that. Is it like a,
Okay.
wait, wasn't that always the way? It's like, wait, was she like really badly injured? Like, there's nothing to say you wouldn't still feel similar to the experiences you had, but you wouldn't be able to really justify them to yourself, if that makes sense, if you explored that, right? You, again though, Lyco, if you do decide to check cameras, again, I'm not saying you have, but if this is something you decide to go over at some point, you will also see her and Zig having a chat in private at one point, remember, as well.
Okay.
From the before times, when he was like,
That's something I'll
Do you know?
probably do, like in down times, is check
Mhm.
the camera logs.
but yeah,
But
like,
for the moment,
yeah.
I think what I'll do is probably lean up against the desk and start skimming through again for any data on the anything I think may have been related to the Greys.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, do you want to give
going to
me?
roll or anything for that?
Yeah, what do you want to give me? What are we doing? What type of thematic role are we doing for this?
Well, we're investigating, but there isn't an investigate button, so I could space cop button it.
Yeah, space cop it.
Space cop.
Nice. Look at that space cop. So,
Ooh.
I love the idea that if we did have viewers at home being like, wait, what skill is space cop? In Starfinder, in Starfinder,
Profession.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you get professions. They're very nice. So yeah, space cop. I think you pour through like all the Key Valari data. There's like nothing on Greys. Like it doesn't even look like it's been edited to the point where you think, oh, this paragraph may have alluded to something, and it's been deleted. It's literally just there's nothing referencing them.
I don't get the impression that it has been scrubbed or
Exactly. It doesn't.
Elided. There you go.
Exactly. Very clever. Yes. Well done. 14 points.
Yeah. Okay. So I will. I think I'll just say to the group, like after a couple of minutes, like I've been through everything again, and I don't think they were even aware of the Grey presence.
Maybe they came after everybody was again. I would towards the dead body, the crystal people.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible. Which case were they attracted to this? Was this something that
Probably got life signs and decided let's go take a look.
Thing as well, so like you could also like assume, right, based on what you know so far, supposedly, right, you've got this mysterious ship that had these mysterious canisters, and then obviously a lot of weird stuff happening since then, right? Everything Lyco has learned. There is enough to attract attention if people were able to see it, right? Like if you were able to like spot this. So let's say the Greys had scanners open everywhere. Like if they spot this would draw your attention even just normally, right? Never mind being a Grey. So
here's my thinking. Once we're sort of settled down and I have some time, what I think Lyco wants to do is go back through as much. We didn't get security camera records, did we?
all that was wiped, yeah.
That was all wiped. Fuck.
But remember, it was all sent. It was.
Data.
Remember, a lot of the stuff was sent off to that random fucking listing post. Yeah, like the relay station, even. I want to say it was 152, but I have no idea why that number stuck in my head. Relay station. I think I just named the random.
Would there be any way for Lyco to decipher, as someone who'd worked this sector, what, where that post may be or how to contact it?
Oh yeah, it's like a bunch of random, like this is how people try and send messages through deep space, right? Like there's just a bunch of these random things scattered all over the, like, as much of the space. Yeah, exactly. Just like essentially relay points. Like boosters for radios and shit like that. This is how you can send communications back to different places. It just takes time to bounce between the... like, here we go. I'm going to do it again because I've used this reference before and I'm going to use it again. It's like the Midnight Bark,
Right. So, here's a question.
Or the Twilight Bark, yeah.
Did we specifically learn that release number? Like,
I think so. I feel like I said a random bullshit number. I did say the number wasn't important because I had not numbered any of them. So like, if we just, I'll write it in my notes, right? So, relay, comm relay, we'll call it a comm relay, 152. Right, there you go.
Perhaps maybe we'll try and tap into physically if we knew its position. Yeah,
like you could probably, like, you could try and find it, tap into it physically, and then obviously, but that would be a crime, FYI.
I mean, we're not exactly the most straight and narrow people, are we really? Like, I mean,
I'm just like, you also have another space cop on board.
True.
I'm sure. Well, I mean, not got a warrant, right? But it's something they've been trying to do, right?
Keep in mind though, all this did happen to Shakos and her ship, right?
I'm sure she would want to know what happened.
So yeah, like,
well, I'm guessing she's probably on board with this idea. I mean,
especially because, like, let's face it, there's a lot of sus regarding, Babak, right? So, yeah.
Okay, here's an idea. I will calm her now.
The comm goes open and you hear like the end of laughing and conversation, and he goes, Lyco?
Jackass,
Lyco.
I was wondering, what do you know, if anything, about the listening poster according to?
The what?
The captain was sending communications onto a relay.
Oh, yeah, the stewards have like buried data banks in most of the relays, so we can, like, black boxes, secure boxes for data.
Sure.
I didn't
Any
know.
way to track it?
She kind of like shrugs. She goes, "Do you know the number?"
152.
There's probably a transponder code for that we could look for. Probably.
Okay. I'll keep going through the files for it. I'll see if I can get weird on the job as well.
She kind of like
Ask how
shrugs.
she feels about.
I'm going to.
Mhm. Why? What have you found out?
Not enough. That's what's concerning me. I want to know more about what happened in this ship with the Greys, because our hypothesis, well, my hypothesis seems to have been borne out. So the pattern, you notice the brain activity patterns, the traces we recorded in
Mhm.
Stew. Yeah, we've retested Zig even after a long time on this ship. He doesn't show any signs of it. Tested the captain, does show signs of it. It's everyone who's been exposed to the Greys directly.
I see. Any other side effects showing yet?
Nothing so far. I'm a little concerned, I have to admit.
What do you think the relay station will tell us?
Everything should have been sent to it, so it's probably holding the security footage. I don't know, but I don't think they'll necessarily be able to scrub themselves from security footage. They may be able to wipe the footage, but I feel like the chances are pretty good that we'll be able to find it. If we can find out when they arrived, who they contacted, we would be able to confirm, which would be important information. But also, we might be able to.
If we can use the
work
relay
out-
station, we'll be able to access the steward's database and get IDs on some of these people,
Sure, that's a good point.
or at least what's left of them.
Obviously, we're talking about illegally accessing a relay here.
Are we?
Well, we certainly haven't been given permission.
Hmm.
Of course, this communication isn't going over ship's comms.
She kind of nods and she says, the risk might be worth it, but if Babak is on the level, this isn't good. You might
You would
be
prefer to go
somewhere.
back first?
She says, you might be half in and half out the door, so to speak, Quint. But some of us still have responsibilities that might piss off superiors if they don't work in our favour. Fortune doesn't
Who
favour
wouldn't
the
be?
bold, but it favours the correct and bold, you know? And like, so, from Lycos' point of view, you have got away with a lot of bullshit, right? You've taken a bunch of risks in the
Oh,
past,
sure.
right? Like, but for the most part, you're a pretty good cop. But you were very like, well, maybe this one time I'll kick him in the shin, you know? But like, it's worked out for the most part, 9 times out of 10. And you've kinda just went, meh, I'm usually right, to get out of it any bother. But, obviously then you went up and not died, so... Shakos doesn't have that same history. I've had to be perfect every single time, and still doesn't get anywhere. So, while it makes sense that Lyco could be like, oh yeah, but just hack into the station. What are they going to do? We're going to be right anyway, right? Yeah. Whereas she's like, for her, that might just get her fired or locked up, based on her history. Not that she has been a better cop than you on paper, right? But again, you remember the issues.
May be a loose cannon. I get results.
Whereas she's had to be a very, very strapped down cannon, you know? So, you can probably imagine that while she's probably on your side with this plan, she's also like, I can't go along with that. Like, I actually, like, you can probably assume that she'll probably have to stop you.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And that, like, I think Lyko knows her well enough to know why as well. Like, that's a very
Yeah.
sore spot career-wise for her.
Is this an open com?
I don't know.
It was just between the two of us.
You are
But
standing next to him,
you are
though.
in the room with me, so you're free to interject.
What if we use another ship?
Plausible deniability. Captain's suggesting we use another ship.
She says, yeah, but that's still me saying yes to it, though. Regardless.
Don't.
Okay.
No.
Run this by one time. I won't ask anything about that. Would you wish us to contact Babak with the information we have as stands?
I think if we did that on the way to the relay, we could even use the relay to do that. And it would give you a reason to be at the relay. You hear in a very flat voice coming from Isabel across the table from Shakos. And then Shakos says, we would at least know, based on his reaction, something, right?
Okay. I agree, actually. And for the record, I would not have asked you straight up whether or not we should commit a crime. I just wanted to make you aware that it's something that I might do. You would obviously be entirely uninvolved and probably out of the loop.
Quint, have you looked around recently? We're in the middle of space. This is like too close to the diaspora for my liking, and we are barely operational on a ship that is possibly still a massive quarantine risk. And your need to be polite is charming. And like there's no sarcasm to that, right? Like it is her basically saying, you know, I appreciate that you're trying to be delicate, right?
Yeah.
But she's doing it on like a ship full of people that half of which she's not really sure she trusts, right?
Yeah. Well, you know me. Even out in the diaspora. Yeah. Look, we'll do this as close to the right way as we can.
Plus, sorry, like for everybody's knowledge as well, like you know enough about diaspora pirates that a lot of drow ships patrol the diaspora, and if they caught her, that would be like, you know, you're a race traitor levels of yeah. So, I mean, yeah, right. Not that other queen's kicking about anywhere now.
Which is a touch unfortunate.
We don't know that.
You do, like
Okay.
you do. You've seen
I mean,
footage of her.
Like, we don't know that. I mean,
Yeah.
like, that's what I meant. Like, we don't know
Okay.
it was Zach's fault.
Mhm.
I'm gonna.
I think at your core, you know. Yep. So you come off. Yep.
I'll say that to her though before it does. I'm gonna calm off and I'll let you know when we have some updates. Yeah. And
Jesus.
he probably just says, you know, his standard Quint out, and somewhat distracted.
I think she just says like Roger, and then like as the comms close, she just like her head like kind of goes between her arms that are on the table, and then Isabella just slowly stands up and leaves.
Oh. Oh, Isabel.
Oh, Isabel.
You social.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Well, that is what it is.
Hey, keep in mind, Isabel's a lot older than most of you guys.
Sure.
Like, significantly older, remember? Because remember the Radiant Supreme before he was the Radiant
Yeah.
Supreme meta?
She's cheating.
Mm-hmm.
She dies and comes back to life. I mean, that's just not allowed.
Or she time travelled, right?
Mm.
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 Or she doesn't exist.
Yeah, right.
Mm.
She's a cardboard cutout this whole time.
She's just she was like Alice. I'm going for like Alice in the suit, you know, like back in the day. Like,
Back in the day before she had some kind of weird apotheosis and became a fucking half-flesh android. Yeah.
Flandroid.
Yep, the Flandroid. But anyway, so, in this room, what are you doing in the med bay? What's the plan, guys, as you all stare at each other?
I guess there's nothing else we can do about the brain stuff, so, yes, Demogash.
Yeah. What was
Zig,
the
this is...
situation there, Captain?
Welcome to the update, Zig.
Right, actually, let me totally remember, like, exactly what the update was.
Oh, that's good.
So he's essentially saying that Matva's playing me to kill him so she can take over and do what knows. He claims, and I mean, as far as I could tell, he was telling the truth. Like, he is there trying to kill the Librian. There's a lot of hubris involved.
Like, for Zora's benefit, yep, the gist of the conversation was, Matva ain't all she's cracked up to be. I am actually in your corner because you are a massive win for me, politically, and I am working with the Bone Sages, mainly Tectalanis, to make sure they fight the Librian with all the support, air quotes, they need. Because he is 100% aware that one Bone Sage is a threat to the Viscarium. And if there's less of them, because the Librian seems to make short work of over 100 of them, then that's fine, right? It's a very tactical vest move. Get rid of the biggest guns in space that are pointed at you.
Whether or not that means he's just going to throw the oxygens in first and then do nothing, which is probably the case, I'm not going to lie. It's a different matter entirely.
He might gloat.
But I'm starting to think that maybe Matva was maybe involved with what happened on here.
Captain, have you considered the possibility that they're both involved?
Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. I mean, neither can be
I just know it.
particularly trusted. Especially not Demogesh or like Matva's what the special forces, she's props, like, you know what that sort of stuff is, right? Like she'll do whatever it takes.
What's her move?
What her aim is, I don't know.
Because keep in mind, the only reason why you had the conversation about Matva's ascension to his place, technically assuming both roles temporarily until somebody was replaced, was because you asked who would take over if he died.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, if he dies, she gets his place for the time being until somebody else would get.
By the hand of the Emperor, I take it.
What was it? What was it? We decided it was called Imperatrix, was it?
Oh, that was just a word we were banding about.
Oh, why not? Let's use it.
Canonical answer is.
Let's go for it. Imperatrix. It's good. It's powerful. It's scary, right? So it's good.
Yeah.
It'd be quite weighty.
The Imperatrix, right hand of the Imperatrix. You like to call her.
So, right hand was Dmogesh, left hand is Matva. Basically, yeah.
him being gone would mean she would have all the cards to play, and quite frankly, if she ends up handing the Pact Worlds in a weakened state to the Imperatrix.
Imperatrix Rex!
They both.
Sweet second, sorry. Beat it back, sorry.
Okay.
Zig, what are you up to?
We're kind of looking. Kind of looking between Lyko and the captain as we're saying this, trying to kind of fathom this whole Vesk hierarchy system.
Back.
Hmm.
And I think he's more scratching his chin at this. I don't think he's got much to.
Your comm goes discreetly, by the way, Zig.
Discreet calming.
I think he would like, not obviously, but like, you know, kind of like, you know, if you kind of answer your phone on the side, kind of like lean away slightly, like turn away slightly, but kind of.
And it's
also
just
kind of look
just a
at it.
text message that
Oh, it's
comes
just
up.
a text. Okay, kind
Yep.
of like just look at it idly.
And it just says, meet me in the cargo bay storage area. That's from Isabel.
Ooh.
It's from who? Sorry.
Isabel.
Okay, because everything went up at once. It sounded like Zora, and I got really confused.
Bam to go on, well. So yeah, like as these two are having this conversation, as they're mid-conversation, do you wanna slip away?
I
Go
think.
south.
Right, okay.
Go south.
No, because his stealth is just mind thrusting both of you unconscious.
Um.
Oh, supernova, I'm at the fucking hell.
I don't think I can fail to notice that.
Yeah, no, I think he would. I think what he would do is he'd walk over to the door and he'd close like.
The door is
door.
broken.
Oh, the door is broken.
Yeah, most of the doors in the ship are broken.
I forget. So you'd kind of like walk over to the door and then turn around and just go.
Yeah.
So I was gonna wait, but kind of can't wait just now. So long story, really short and brief. I'm not Zig from the other day. Week.
Yeah, coming to manhood. Yeah, all that.
No, see. Zig, who left on the ship to go to the sun. And he's going to kind of keep his eyes on both of them to see if that rings any bells to make sure that that actually happened or not.
Yeah.
Yep,
Um, Isn't me Zig. Our realities are different.
Not another query.
No, I mind linked with weird stuff happened. And I got sent back in time a year. And I've been waiting for the year to reconvene with you here at this point in time. Excuse me.
So the Zig that was the other Zig that isn't you is where?
Probably at the sun a year ago.
That makes no fucking sense.
Like, so does like who wants to roll like mysticism or I don't know temporal
Can I roll
mechanics?
mysticism just to see how
try.
badly it goes?
Yeah, like just both want to roll. Right, both roll mysticism, right? Let's see how this goes. Why not?
I'd love.
19.
Right. Probably this is when I just like, fuck, I don't actually have mysticism again.
I will accept that if you have another more appropriate skill that seems to make sense, I'll let you roll that. But so Zora, yours is a pretty good roll. You have enough to piece together that if that's the Zig that went to the sun and then ended up a year ago, and then he waited, it is the same Zig, right? So I think you know enough about time travel bullshit to work that out,
Right.
right?
Right.
Lyko, you're probably just like, why are you saying this? Or whatever you want to interpret, not knowing that, at least
I'm
off
both
the...
right, man. It's fine.
I mean, like, you literally bend space and gravity, right? So, like, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, but if you went to the past and a year ago, then a year has passed, so you'd be now.
Mhm. Yep.
What?
The important thing to take from this is things from my past are not the same as the things that happened in your past,
Okay.
but they are the same. It's just there's slight differences. Some things have changed.
You're not from an alternate universe, you're you, but time has been.
By going back in time, I have changed certain events.
Zig. Zig, what have you done to time?
And then I think at that he would look at Lyko dead seriously and go, "Not half as much as what time has done to me." And then just like run out and go to the cargo.
No, like, we can go and break on those infamous words. Because why the hell not? I was gonna have the break go with whatever he found in the cargo bay, but it's way more dramatic to have, you know, old man Zig come back, you know, to stop Jean Grey, probably. So, here we are. Right, I will get us all muted. 3 seconds. Okay, we should be back. Well, there we go. Perfect. Perfect audio test. That's okay.
Forgive me.
So this is the part 2 of Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 72, the one that broke Ryan. And it's the 12th of October 2020. Definitely Ryan, GM, so I'm told. And here are some players.
Hello, I'm a player and I still see an intermission screen on.
And a delay.
Maybe a delay.
Yeah.
You were.
Maybe a delay. But yes, hello,
Hello.
I'm Nico. And I'm playing
Sorry,
Zora,
Nico.
the best cat.
Hello. She's filled with secrets. Hello. I am Colin. And I will be playing Michael Quinn, your resident sneaky, spooky cop, space cop.
I wanted a more Twin Peaks speech, but I'm not gonna.
Hi there.
Let's rock.
Welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity. I am Callum. I will play Zig. Or yeah. No, that's
Not a zig. Do it yourself.
You will or will not, pleasing. And
I may.
will
or may.
and will not. And you will and or will not.
Willn't.
Well,
I may.
Mhm.
I mayst. Yes, I'll be Zig, the Burning Sun, the traveling space time rat.
That sounds like you.
And by that, we don't mean, I don't know, name someone famous you don't. Users at home, pretend I should exactly.
Users at home is my favourite
and
phrase.
give me money.
Not viewers, users.
Mm.
Brilliant. Users at home.
Second higher tier subscriber
Yes.
can suggest a person.
Yeah, like
of
YouTube,
fame.
Twitch, OnlyFans, Patreon, got them all. Come on down, you know. Hello,
You
users.
can name an individual who we will not defame, but certainly insult, denigrate.
So, back in the
It had to
game.
be. Anyway, yes.
Back in the game. That thing we play. So, Zig leaves the medbay.
Shaboom!
Where'd you
To
go?
the thingy Madubi place. Was it the storage, the
Cargo bay storage room.
cargo bay? That's what I meant.
Cargo bay storage
Like
room.
over here-ish, isn't it? Badoof!
Yep, you can probably guess the room based on the way
I
that,
probably can.
based on the map.
Badoof!
And we'll get back to you in a wee second.
Oh,
What's the scene between you two still in the room after Zig's little bomb?
so
I
yeah,
don't like
Dilligish, Atva,
Mhm.
and Zig, isn't he Zig?
it's yeah. It's never just one thing, is it?
I think with that, like, maybe both of you are a bit startled as there's like a crash from the body pile, and like one of the arms snaps off one of the bodies and hits the ground and shatters into a bunch of red crystals.
Welcome to Captaincy, Lyco. To your last
Yeah.
statement.
Thanks. Captain rank 2.
To really sort that out.
Do we have somewhere secure that we can place these bodies that they're not a threat?
Airlock.
Brig.
Oh, airlock. Checked on the ooze.
Did anyone tell me about the ooze in the airlock?
I think I did.
I don't remember, but like I think it's funny if you just remember now, isn't it?
Where the ooze in the airlock that's totally controlled to be.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No
In the,
linked.
yeah.
That's the words.
Let me bring up the camera. Did I see anything particularly alarming?
Let's say you for some reason can't bring up that camera feed.
What's in the hallway?
Mystery.
I think in the hallway outside it, let's say the camera viewpoint is like, let me just get a wee arrow. So it's probably like from here, looking down. And if you can see that, I'll wave about a bit.
Oh, I can see it.
So yeah, like you're probably looking down that way, and yeah, it just looks like the hallway. Obviously, there's bits of mangled door here and here, but that's standard, right, for the ship.
I'll just sort of cycle through some of the cameras in like the hallways around us.
Yeah, you do so. Nothing seems amiss other than what you have done to the place, right?
I'm gonna go checking something. I'm not getting camera feed on the airlock.
How does Zora feel about that?
I draw my rifle.
There's usually windows in these airlocks, right? Right, I remember that.
So you want to both head to the airlock then?
I haven't rested up, have I?
I think, like, given the fact that there's been probably about 10 hours, right? Give or take.
Resolve.
Right, because keep in mind, the repairs for the Kivalari will need to take about 8 hours, I think, in total. So.
Wait, how much? What's the resolve to health point, to stamina points transaction again?
It's a 10-minute rest for one resolve point, you get all your stamina back, or it's an 8-hour rest. Is it an 8-hour rest? I think it's 8 hours to get everything back, all resolve, all health, all stamina.
Okay.
But you haven't had rest for 8 hours, though, that's the problem. You because you've been working during that 8 hours, but definitely the 10-minute breather to get all your, 100% you can.
Yeah, because I'm back to full HP anyway, so it's really just the stamina I needed back. Okay, I've spent a resolve
Perfect.
in stamina. Okay, I will also. I'll follow Captain, I guess, if he goes out.
Yeah.
It does make sense for me to be more ranged than him. With a sniper rifle.
Look, gaze through the porthole if there is such a thing.
There seems to be something covering the window.
That's something. It's red.
No, it's hard to tell what it is. It's just all murky. Murky.
Something covering the window.
Something.
Captain.
Okay.
Do we void the airlock?
I was thinking the same thing.
And you have rigged your comm device to have a button to do that.
Yes.
My concern is that we're making it someone else's problem if we do that. Say some ship comes by it, same thing happens again.
Yeah, do you really want like fucking a tube of bio crazy weapon nonsense? Right? Just floating in space.
Do we deal with it though?
Push it all in the brig.
Ordinate suggestion. Try reinforcing this airlock. Make sure it doesn't get through.
It's your ship, Captain.
I did believe that this is all in character, so Zara just lost it. It's been that stressful a day.
I'll see if I can get some advice from Weird. Then narratively, I do that.
Weird says it's busy.
Okay. Well, it's an airlock, right? It's gotta be pretty damn secure to begin with.
Yes.
I'm sure. I mean, I don't tear open doors every other day. It's fine.
Every doorway around you is ripped open. No,
Sure,
none of them buy Zora though, which is, you know.
The other thing
Yeah,
is,
I kinda forgot that,
none of those are going to send you hurtling into the vacuum of space.
True.
So, I'm going to suggest, let's leave it for the moment. If it looks like it's going to break through, I guess then we void it quickly and deal with consequences if they come up. But yeah, this is dicey though.
It's a grey area, right? It's a grey situation.
Huh.
It's, we just need to wait and see.
Grey area might be a bad, you know.
I don't know if I want to destroy the stuff. I don't know how wise that would be.
I mean, isn't the other case sat on like the shuttle, the Azure Flare shuttle?
We do have other samples, true. Yeah.
Yes.
Like there's 2 cylinders with like tiny red spheres suspended in the middle of them. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm concerned because I think it would be irresponsible to jettison it when.
Yeah, like your logic is perfectly sound. I agree. Like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, just voiding it into space makes it somebody else's problem. And can you imagine if something like this like was capable of surviving re-entry?
I was about to say, well, I mean, if it's capable of that, then I was about to say, does the final hour have missiles? It doesn't know.
I was gonna say, you just keep asking me what these things have, but you just have the sheets.
Yeah. We have missiles. They're just not up and running.
It definitely does.
Or was it the other one?
Has lots of missiles.
Well, I mean, I guess it's about, we do have a missile launcher thing somewhere. But we've got a persistent particle beam.
You do?
Are we confident we'd be able to get a lock on it? I mean, what positioning on the ship is the particle beam?
It's forward.
Forward. We'd have to.
We'd
have to rotate to get it in our forward arc.
I mean, realistically, right? So keep in mind, this isn't this ship that has the different particle beam. This has a laser and it has the high explosive missile launchers that don't currently work. They could be made to work at the sacrifice of other stuff, but that is, you currently have maybe engines and shields, right? So you've got engines, sorry, thrusters and whatnot. The drift is the maybe.
Okay, so
and shields are yes.
Is the final hour.
Exactly, and the Azure Flare has no weapons except Thanida.
I mean, she's a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea.
So make the red crystals into jewelry and give it to Thanida?
I try to calm Zig. I say try to because I have a feeling that if I do that...
There is also the problem of maybe weapon signatures getting picked up.
Yeah, like so the fight basically like for Lyco's like benefit, you could bring the final hour closer, vent that airlock, let the red canister fly into space, get the final hour to go bang. But as the captain is right, you'd be breaking your distance chain that's keeping you some level of like you're covering more sensor grid. Even if you don't have your sensors on actively, right? You still have the ability to like detect things at a wider range because you're spaced out. But that nothing bad's happened yet, right? You've already been encountered by Dmogesh, right? So that was a worry. Supposedly your theory is that the Obsidian Star have already been here, supposedly, based on theories thus far, and nobody else has showed up yet. So for the moment, right, these have been here for a while, nothing's happened, and who knows how long the ship's been sitting here, right? So that's a thing. So realistically,
the concern, of course, is the Oxines.
But like Zora's point about firing a weapon would definitely light up somebody's radar if they were looking.
Yes.
Only if they were looking, though, right? Like it's not like every not every single part of space is mapped all the time, right? With sensors, that's just not a thing.
Yeah.
It's massive.
But then,
It was massive.
like,
this is basically the diaspora, which is one of the less sort of.
so it isn't really though. Like, see if I'd put us back to the main map, the actual main screen that we've not been on in a while, right? Like,
Oh, no,
Just
yeah,
looking
we're
right
not
into
doing
like
it.
lizard scum and pigs cancer.
like, yep, here we are. So, besides all that nonsense, right? Like, he's technically like the diaspora is like an orbit away because you've got Eox's orbit,
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
and then, but like, realistically, the diaspora is massive, right?
Like a lizard scum.
Yep. There's loads of this stuff. Zombies go walkabout, right? My favourite is still Fuckity Bye. That's just my favourite. It's just so good. We've got Zeg, Zog, Zich, Threg, Edgar, Feg, Freg. Like, yep, but Fuckity Bye is my winner. Man.
I mean, I guess we've got another Zig somewhere, so there's probably a Zug there, like if there isn't already.
Zog is over here.
A Zug.
Okay,
A
Zug. Okay, yep.
But
But however, user in between Eox and Traxxas, so that is where you are. You're in between the orbits of those two.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting place to be, both politically and physically.
So my idea, which I was going to call Zag about, was to irradiate it.
Oofed.
I mean, who knows? But if it's in some sense alive, then
the radiation rules real quick.
then potentially that might be enough to render it inert.
Can I move these down so we can see
Or
them
make
all?
it more strong.
Or render it more inert.
Pirate nonsense.
Pirate nonsense.
Yep. So that's where you are. Here's where we are in this. There we go. So what is is there a plan? Like I'm losing track now.
I'm going to call Zig and ask him if he can irradiate.
Right. So Zig, just as you're gonna approach the storage room door, your comm goes. Do you answer it or do you ignore it?
I guess he answers it and just goes, "Yeah."
Zig, this goop that's in the airlock seems to be becoming an issue in the airlock. I was wondering if you might be able to deal with it using,
No, I don't.
magic.
Magic. Okay, you want me to zap the goop?
Well, I thought maybe if you irradiated it, it might die.
Okay, give me.
Alive.
I'll be down in a few minutes. He nods,
Okay, thanks.
hangs up, goes through, I guess.
Yeah. So you walk through the door, push the button, it whooshes open. Thank you. And Isabel sat there just perched up on the edge of a crate. Because just does that kind of way she nods to you, or she lifts her chin, You see? Ma'am, is it?
Yep.
Lock the door.
Wow.
I have prepared for the film. Well, hello there. I waited quite a while for this moment to just talk to you. It's been so long since. Anyway.
Amazing. Nice. All royalties redirected to me, please. So
don't worry, that is royalty-free music, which I actually purchased.
wow, nice.
Yes.
But
So-
I stand by what I said. So yeah, like after that moment, that confused moment where she
Ooh.
just kind of looks at you a bit like, what the fuck? The oh, do you shut the door behind you? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And she says, "Have a crate." And she gestures to like the crate in front of her.
Don't mind if I do. And plonks himself on a crate.
And she says, "So, what now?"
Alati do. Sorry.
Oh, I stand by what I said. But did you hear it?
No.
Yeah, there we go. She says, "So, what now?"
Well, a very good question. We need to get back to the vault at some point, preferably soon.
Won't be easy. Not if Lantaral still has control over it.
I'm hoping that Zenaida still has access, or at least my trust to gain access.
She sighs and she goes, "Yeah, but what if the knight is still in the vault?"
That's my worry.
Hmm. She just nods slowly. Edgar's still in Akaton.
Good.
Just keeping an eye on
Any
the.
updates?
Nothing since we've been out this far. We've had to be on calm blackout, so I haven't been able to keep in touch.
That makes sense.
I calmed him before we left. Versus. I think that's right. Basically, she'll refer to whenever she actually calmed him. I can't exactly remember specifically where he's were. I don't remember that fact. I think it was.
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
Thing is, I think she was at Versus. She was on the other ship, so I think it was before you left for the sun. She calmed him, right?
Oh no, yeah, she was on the
Because
ship.
every day was on the final hour, right? And then you parted ways for the sun and whatnot. So yeah, it was then. She'll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was before we got into the
nonsense.
to go to the other ship, I think it was.
Yep.
But yes.
So she says that. That's when the last time she spoke to him. She goes,
Okay.
like, so, based on what you've told me, I assume things are still on the right timeline. She like looks around the room a bit. She goes,
It seems to be.
well, you told me what happened before you went through it, so that takes a bit of getting used to.
It's it gets quite confusing after a while.
Yes, I have memories that didn't happen now. That's new.
Yes. I suppose I could apologize, but kind of pointless.
She kind of just like shrugs and goes, I don't think your apologies would help.
No.
And she says,
Hopefully we can just.
the others, though. Do you think they'll try and stop you?
I think they should be fine.
She just smiles. Like, it's a very, like, empty smile, right? Like, if you need to believe that, okay, buddy, right? Like, Or when you're, or anytime you're telling your gran any important information about your personal life, and she's just smiling because you're her grandchild, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know.
And I think you would say they know what they need to know, and they'll deal with it. I'm sure.
Or you.
Well, let's just hope it doesn't come to that. It's a good smile.
If it does, though, what side am I meant to be on? Theirs or yours? You can tell, like, there is, like, it's is close to concern, maybe, right? Like, as you can
Yeah.
probably have picked up from Isabel.
I think I don't even know if Zig has an answer for that.
Yeah, right.
I think he would kind of look at her and says, "I can't tell you what side to be on, but I would. I know I'm right."
Kind of nods, kind of like once, like resolutely at you, like almost like a confirmation, nod, and says, "Okay." She just stares at you like, "Well, go." Points at the door.
He goes. I think he's kind of like doing that thing where you lose yourself in thought and kind of like staring at her,
But
maybe
through
more.
her, yeah.
And then when she says go, it takes like a half second before he kind of blinks back to
Yeah,
nine.
she's not a wistful person, is she? Like, she's not gonna like stand wistfully in the moment. She's like, "Well, go."
And then he stands up. It goes to the door, obviously opens it. Looks back at his Kate and says, "Ah, not enough time," and then just leaves.
I think as you leave, you just hear "mother" as the door closes on her. Right, back up. Where'd you head? Yeah, where'd you head after that?
Yeah, I head down to the thingy land, the land of the sludge.
So what you're saying is you go upstairs in the ship. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because that is the upstairs of the ship.
Did I say down?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant up. You know what I mean.
I know what you meant. You also were talking about I'll be down in a minute. You said to Lyko, but it's okay. We're translating for you, bud.
Oh, did I? Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. You did. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, this is
Down,
this is the like
space and time.
this is the top floor of the ship, and all the rest of the bigger part is the bottom floor of the ship. It's the easiest way to
look. Just because that would make like sense for a spaceship doesn't mean that's what it is.
like. Arguably, it could be the other way around, right? Like, it doesn't say it needs to be that way. It could be one of those under bridges, right? But I prefer
it's an overbridge.
It's an overbridge. Yeah. Yep,
I come up. I'll be up in a second.
Okay, we're back to
Or a minute.
Twins
whatever
Peak, yeah. Or Twin Peaks, not Twins Peak,
Yeah,
which is like an alternate reality one.
Remember.
I find the poison rules, boys.
Wait, were radiation under poison?
Yes, it was a poison rule.
poison rule.
I mean, yeah, it's a form of poison.
This is what started.
So it's poison area of effect rule.
Yeah, what kind of poisons? Like charisma, wisdom?
A death effects poison.
A death affecting effect.
So it's a fort save.
I'll look up a fort stat for a red foam. 2 seconds.
Yeah, cool.
Right, so like I think are you two still standing in this corridor away from the door when Zig appears? That's my question to you guys.
Oh, yeah, I'll probably start away.
Yeah, I think that's an
So-
acceptable choice.
So yeah, like Zig, you head up through the engine room, head up there, and you see them kind of like, I wouldn't say cowering, that's the wrong word, but a safe distance away from the airlock door.
Okay, I think he just goes, Captain Lyko. He might have said that almost fast enough, so almost sounds like he said Captain Lyko. But
Like Lyko standing with like his hand half in his shirt, like Captain Lyko.
Yes, yes. What's our plan of action? How much time do you need to do your thing?
oh, it won't take a second. Okay, right. Well, it'll take me as long as it takes for me to read the spell and read radiation.
Right.
It floods the area with radiation. With a 10-foot radius, brackets, see text.
Ah, the brackets see
Okay.
text.
The central irradiated area is always a 10-foot radius spread that expands normally per the rules of radiation. So if there's a radiation leak, this is why it was so confusing last time. PTSD over this. Area of effect. Radiation is an emanation poison, meaning the victim only needs to enter the area. Spherical area effect. Extend into solid objects. The closer one gets to the center of an area, the stronger the radiation effect becomes. Radiation entries list maximum level of radiation in area, as well as the radius out to which radiation level applies. Radiation continues to suffuse each increment out an equal length beyond the radius. Its strength degraded by 1 level per increment. Okay, cool.
So
So
if that cross was the middle point where you select, right?
Yep.
That is the area you'd be irradiating.
How long is it irradiated for?
Twice half its length.
It's not going to be easy to, because obviously I was hoping we could sort of irradiate specifically in that, and that the locks would be able to contain it. But obviously,
yeah. See, the other issue is, well, I mean, I don't have to, but if I feel like I'd have to cast it at like high radiation level, so it would then have a ring of medium radiation around it and then a ring of low radiation around it. So it would actually encompass like
What's the low radiation ring? Do you know?
it's move to the wrong page. Environment. Next.
Because let's assume it was another 10 feet.
So out an equal length beyond its radius. So
another 10 feet.
Or like so another 10 feet, and then there'd be another 10 feet on top of that as well.
My God.
With the low, so it'd be high, medium, low.
Well, there is.
I mean, I could do a low, just a single low one.
Look at that. That is a crazy amount, just from that one point. Obviously, just if we look at the... that is a crazy range of the ship. It's like half the ship, because keep in mind that would go down as well.
As far as I know, right, as far as the spell goes, like, you'd only want it to be in high, right, if you wanted it to jump up 2 ticks every time it failed a save. But it would need to just keep on saving every turn until it would eventually die inside radiation if you just kept a small radiation field around it.
And it would also be like this chunk of like the ship as well.
I mean, unless this pod happens to be like this airlock happens to be. I guess it must be in.
It must be if it's an airlock, yeah. The problem is that some of the area will have to be open in order for you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is there somewhere we can lure it to? Could we maybe risk?
It just wants to go back to
this
the bodies
chamber?
constantly.
Remove these 2 bodies and...
Keep in mind, you just have that pile of bodies in the mid bay.
Yeah, it'd probably just start walking towards the mid bay instantly again if we let it. It's my theory. I just don't know if it's any faster than it's. I don't know if it's bigger or if it's just.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Mm-hmm. But you've seen how they behave, right? Like they just kind of slowly wander, right?
It's very, very slow, like when it was in a small blobby form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when it was basically red foam, yeah. But keep in mind that I think, was it Zig or you? I forget, but somebody tossed like an arm and stuff in.
We tried to coax it in with an arm.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I say we because I refused.
You didn't try, you did. You got it in. So
Succeeded, yes.
So,
yeah, right.
what is our favourite approach? Because I really don't know.
I this is like another one of these sessions where we'll try to get like the tube and
The use.
container.
Poor Ivan.
Ivan. We really need to get Ivan News back.
That's king of the use to you.
He's us.
Well, there's a thing, right? Like, so keep that in mind. To get Ivan, you need to go to Babak.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
we're gonna go Babak at some point with something, right? I just
Well,
don't
let's-
know how much we're gonna
let's
go
speed this up a little then, right? Let's increase the craziness. Do you think it is feasible to irradiate this where it is? Yes or no?
with. Not that size of field. That's like the whole ship. Near enough.
Keep in mind where this is centered upstairs isn't on the map. Obviously, it overlaps the other map at the moment, but that wouldn't overlap that part. It would be from like here, like just where the brig is really, because it's obviously above that. So the joys, you know.
Yeah, probably not.
Um,
But I don't know.
hold on.
I'm a bit at a loss. I would like to.
Because I think if you aren't
Oh yeah.
able to actually get the thing sorted, then you might want to reconsider that plan quickly. Yeah.
The other thing is the radiation doesn't linger in the area, so it would essentially last the equivalent of, I assume, a turn.
Which is the weird part about it, right?
Which I don't get.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
It's bizarre. I don't understand it.
I don't get that. That doesn't make sense. 'Cause
Yeah. Yeah, you're back.
the
Buddy.
whole point of those fields is like people need to stay in them, and then like they just keep on stacking up different effects until they eventually die. Like that's basically what happens.
I think you can safely say that irradiating it, it would need to be somewhere else. This is possibly also the vent it into space and let Zig irradiate it in space. Is it probably a safer
that's
idea?
also an option.
You could do that actually because you can be in
Could do
space.
that.
The problem is
breathe and
though,
fly in space.
if it does nothing, you'd need to bring it back aboard though, because obviously, as Lyko said, it's not great. So then, how do you plan on bringing it back on board, right?
Well, unless we just shoot it at that point.
Right? Yeah, there's that, right? So you could go, let's try and irradiate it and see what happens, or let's just shoot it.
How about we just try and keep it contained until all the ships are ready to roll, and then we just say that plan, and then shoot it and get the fuck.
Okay, in character. Is there
Gonna get rid of these big
is
swords.
there anything else we can do? I mean, irradiating it, okay, if that's not practical.
Venting into the ship is probably not the best idea, right? So, and just venting into the space, don't like that. Would even venting into space and radiating it there work? Because it's like floating in a direction. Like you probably wouldn't be able to keep it in a field.
True.
Like it's not like it would just be standing still. Not perfect and lovely.
So, sounds like those are all bad ideas then.
It's not like
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking.
radiation.
Like, specifically, I was sort of asking Zig, is there anything else that he is able to do to it?
No one thing
Um,
you can do.
Vaporize it.
Okay, when you say you can just vaporize it.
I can't just
Can't.
vaporize it.
Okay.
It's not an option.
Because remember, I have no magic. You guys
Yeah.
have magic.
I don't have magic in
Well,
combat.
I mean,
like
I can
said.
hurl a force disc at it. I can shoot shooting stars at it.
You can also mind link with it.
I could mind thrust it.
Mhm.
have
I
an
could
idea.
attempt to remove affliction on it, or remove condition, depending on what it is.
Ideas?
Why don't we give it one of the bodies?
Oh,
And then mind link with it!
That's a horrible idea. That's a terrible idea.
we would restrain the body, obviously.
So,
don't even know if that's
specifically,
exactly what's gonna happen, right?
Mind Link is lets Zig send info, it doesn't let him pull it. You would need to like reading thoughts and all that nonsense, which he probably does have somewhere.
If it's dead, then yes.
Well, I mean,
Wait, hold on.
you can
No,
weigh up
if
what you
it's
think.
A corpse.
Okay.
If it's a corpse.
In character.
Hold on, I'm actually just going to double check.
In character. So, having just been asked by Lyko what else you can do,
Mhm.
perhaps that's something that you think of.
I also just realised I could have like talked to any of the corpses. I could have
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Keep in mind though, they weren't all perfect bodies that were left over.
Yeah,
Like they were
it
very
needs to
badly
be able,
mutilated.
like, it needs to have like the apparatus to talk.
Okay, that's a good.
And it's random. I don't have the good one. Yeah.
Alright, okay.
Sorry, it's a random conversation, not specific conversation.
You can force a touched corpse to talk to you, but you can't ask it specific questions or communicate it with it all. The corpse utter random sentences for one round with a 10% chance this information is of some use to you.
Just still a chance.
Okay. I think we just have to leave it in the if you can't safely irradiate it.
Guess we just leave it in there as long as we can, vent it, shoot it when we're ready to leave.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't become a problem until then.
Do you think the weapons on Final Hour are sufficient to destroy it? I would hope so.
I mean, I would hope so too.
Where's that Vesk Pride, buddy?
Yeah, that was my pride. I was hope so too.
I mean, I could just mind thrust it.
Like, let's just review. They've got coil guns, they've got persistent particle beams, they've got more coil guns, they've got light plasma cannons. Like, there's a
Sure, we'll have it.
Hold on,
I
let's
think
look
we'll
at
have
the-
it.
let's get the dice on this.
I think if
Precision
we
particle beam, it's still not as good.
It's 10d6,
different
which is
dice.
a. So, these are like ship damage scales, though.
Oh, ship damage dice. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's
Yeah.
much better. Then.
Yeah.
probably some rule like this is like 10 times damage or some shit.
Yeah, I
or
think
person
that's
or
the
some shit, like-
translation, isn't it? Something like
I don't know the exact translation, but that is usually what systems do. That's what Star Wars
Yeah.
did, FFG did. Vehicle damage was 10 times normal.
So what did you say the potential damage range for this weapon again is?
10d6 for the particle beam.
So 10d6. Let's say it's going to be at least double that. At which point you have a pretty fucking high number.
Right, so the average of that, right, you assume on a D10 you roll 6 average, right? That's the health dice rule, right? So if you had a D10 you'd get, I think, 6 health back, right? On a D10, if you're a D&D character, if you took the average. So that's what, 36 damage, and 36 damage is a lot of damage in general, right? And if you count that as ship scale damage versus people scale, it's alright, right?
It's probably got to.
Like if that was a factor of 10,
Yeah, you're talking about 300 to
it's-
400 damage probably on
Yeah.
average.
yeah, you just can't survive that, right?
No.
So
No.
And if
No,
we
no, no.
get- and if it gets an exceptionally good roll, you're talking about like 600.
yes,
Which,
That's tasty.
yeah, is insane damage. So
the only
let's-
worry, right? The only worry would be that's a persistent particle beam, which is an energy-based weapon. If this thing feeds off
resistant
energy or feeds off it, you would be, potentially making the situation worse. Because if it can feed off of the particle beam, it might be able to creep back along the particle beam. Which means you might infect the final hour. That is a worry. But it's unlikely, right? Given the fact that we are talking about ridiculous levels of damage.
Mm.
Physical trauma,
Have we seen
regardless.
it do anything to indicate that it can do anything like that?
You just know nothing about the fact that it's able to exist as red foam or crystal, right?
I think we've got to assume that it doesn't because I shot it with guns and I've set them in the fire and all that sort of shit, and like the zomboids never really ever got strong off of it. And
Yeah,
stuff,
they
so,
do. They,
like,
Yeah, they definitely fell apart. Yep.
mhm.
would probably say no. I don't think.
And yet, the red
Okay.
foam crawled out of all of them.
It did, but
That's
it didn't seem empowered by it. It seemed like it
true.
was escaping a destroyed vessel.
There we go. So there's what you know. So it's looking like the persistent particle beam is a good shout then, right? Which is probably the equivalent of like what, a phaser from Star Trek. So
Okay.
let's face it.
Particle beam sounds like a good idea.
If that doesn't work, we'll maybe slap it with
Slap it with what?
a plasma cannons just to make sure. Like,
Yeah, as I
Yeah,
said,
worst case
Some
scenario
problems
is we
like-
just keep shooting it until it keeps floating off in the opposite direction.
no, because you don't want it to like head into something. Because if it can survive your persistent particle beam,
Destroy it.
if it survives the persistent particle beam, you can probably assume safely it would survive re-entry.
we'll just launch it into an asteroid, right? Just leave it there. Some poop
Just
asteroid.
see what
Fire
happens.
into the sun.
Asteroid, like, that sounds cool. Turn it a good horror story one day.
Yeah.
Zig can send it back in time. It can be the past problem.
No, because that would still make your lives worse now if it was a problem.
I guess we just fucking put the hell with the particle beam and once we're like,
Yeah, like that is like your biggest weapon currently, right? Out of everybody you've got, like every asset, that is your biggest damaging weapon. Assuming the weapon's damage skills up, and if it doesn't, that's dumb. Then Zig is your best weapon. Maybe Thanida.
I might as well just go like fucking.
What if we have Zig irradiate Finida and just let her loose on it?
I mean, yeah, there are worse plans, right?
There are worse plans.
Like,
I can, yeah.
Let the foam,
Like several.
let the foam infect Thanida, irradiate her, let her just Hulk heal through it.
Right, yeah. Remember the bit in season 2? You don't even need to know what I'm referring to, do you? Where the mark of Igon, or whatever it's called,
Right.
demon, right, that possesses people as a sort of drug metaphor.
Mhm.
They trick it into, can't remember who it gets into, but like Angel chokes them to trick it into trying to jump into Angel,
Mhm.
and then it's inside Angel, but so is Angelus,
Mhm.
and that's their way to get rid of it. It's like, and he says like you convince it to leap into you, so the demon's inside you. But and he goes like, I've had a demon inside me, spoiling for a fight for like 200 years.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah. So
It's a very Whedon-y, wishy-washy.
Whedon's so
Yeah.
good though. Like it is wishy-washy, and yet
But
it works.
No, it was perfectly suitable. But like,
Um,
can you?
yeah, like
So
that kind of idea.
here's the thing, though, right? Yous are quite a bit away from safely getting to Akaton, right? Like the final hour could probably get there, though, right? But you'd be wanting to bring Thanida here, pushing her into an airlock, letting the red foam infect her, irradiating her, seeing what happens.
Oh no, I'm definitely not gonna do it. I just like joking.
Yeah, like it's a plan that can go on the blackboard, but it's just a.
We shall take this plan, and we will stick it up over here. And we will come back to that once we've exhausted.
Yeah, that's a. I'm not sure what happens in that scenario. I'm excited to find that timeline out. But meanwhile, this one. So, yeah, so is the plan bring the final hour in, fire the gun at it, and just see what happens?
It's a plan.
Now, two things that will come into somebody's brain, right? Two things I will give you just based on your careers and existences. Particle gun will give off massive signal, right? But if you don't plan on staying, if you have everything ready to go, it's not an issue, right?
Yes.
So that's a big thing. Thing two. If it doesn't destroy it, you've volleyed it in a direction,
well, we tried.
right?
Like,
So
at some
where
point,
you shoot, will be important, right?
True. I bet it is diaspora. I think that's probably the best idea. Just shoot it towards diaspora if we have to.
I'm not convinced.
I was gonna say-
Everything wonky happens there. It's all
I mean, I'm just thinking, just try and volley it into an asteroid, and then it's just basically
The problem, right? So, like the nobody fighting it parts, like diaspora's full of pirates, right? It's a pirate haven, which means you'd be, if it survived, right? Again, big if it survived that, and it volleyed on and somehow survived, stuck to an asteroid, then if people find that, that's either going to be a very quick end to them, or a very rich weapon they've just found. So that, again, this is stuff that would come up.
I don't think we can take that chance now that Ryan puts it like that way. Because I didn't think the particle thing would really have any force, so I didn't really think it would be... Like, I thought it was more like... I don't know quite how to describe it. I didn't.
No,
I wasn't imagining it as
Like a
being like
microwave
Cyclops'
oven.
eyes. I was imagining it being more like like radiation or something like that, but more direct, or like a laser, right? Something that's not actually going to push. It's just going to cause a state change in a directed fashion.
Why don't we
so-
use the weapon for good and use it in the battle against the Olibrian? And
I mean,
win.
because there are a lot of bigger guns, and he's probably been shot with some of them already.
I mean, you can probably guarantee that the bone sages are bigger guns.
Yeah.
Oh man, you could give it to Sindel.
Here,
Yeah.
do something with this.
Yeah.
Let's sell it.
So, weirdly, lasers can push things. It's by no means efficient.
No, they can't. Sorry.
Nope, they can.
The rules may say they can, but the rules are wrong, Ryan.
We knew this going in, though, so are you really
Mhm.
surprised?
Yeah, well, that's
But anyway, so regardless of that, there's a was it exert radiation pressure? Pressure equals force per area, blah blah blah. So yes, all light sources exert radiation pressure. Interesting. Anyway, besides that, mini education. Either way, the cannon, like the particle beam, would send it off in a direction, right? That is a thing to worry about. If it wasn't destroyed. The thing is, though, might just destroy it and solve the problem instantaneously, right?
yeah.
Have we got a big space net?
The particle cannon would probably destroy it. Or the particle beam, sorry, would probably destroy that. Keep in mind, that's a line. And it would then hit yeah.
Fire it towards the Librian and then it says fucking problem.
So when I try and judge it so that the speed of this randomly volleyed item that has to avoid all the other celestial bodies between there and Octurne, timing it perfectly. I mean, it could probably be done if like you got somebody crazy to calculate it, right?
You go like
I
red
mean,
dwarf,
We
white
need
hole.
to calculate it so it's exactly a 1 in a million chance.
I feel like in a spacefaring culture, like that's basically.
Like yeah, like this is what nav computers do. Yeah, like
Yeah, yeah.
it is exactly what nav computers have to do. Like honestly, before like Alice probably could have done this before she became the android, right? I don't know if she's capable of doing it now, but she definitely could have when she was
God
mostly
damn it,
AI.
Zig.
To fire it into the sun, they would just do the good old faithful fire it into the sun.
Keep in mind, you do have three nav three nav computers that are capable of doing this calculation because you have 3 ships with drift engines. They all need these calculators, right? So
We either incinerate it or fire it into the sun to get incinerated, right?
We have more samples. Do we need this one?
Probably not.
yeah, because you literally have 2 unbroken samples, right?
Where is a star that we can reasonably fire it into? Is it only the one in our solar system? Because that seems like a bit of a pain in the ass getting to it.
So you just analyze.
I'm not saying fire it into it. Veska immune anyway. It's fine.
The Vesk aren't the only ones in that. They're not the only ones in that system.
Condemn a world of scalamanders.
It might even be
wonder-
that everyone in that system is immune because maybe their life originated differently, you know?
and
It might
red
have
pine.
RNA, right? You know,
Mhm,
it might
true,
be,
yeah.
Are the Vesk silicon based?
This isn't evolution.
Okay, new part. We'll test it. We'll get the captain to go in the airlock, and see if it affects him or not. And if it does, then we can back up.
That's a good point. The captain might be completely immune.
Mate, we're not fucking going by this by the fucking word to like the special ops of the fucking French army, right?
Also, guys, I put it in chat for yous, the Sci-Fi General for yous.
I think
There's Vesk Space.
we
Wait. I guess actually, did this ever actually go towards me? I remember it actually trying to go for like Zig and Lyko,
Yeah, right.
but did it ever actually go
the
towards
Vesk
me?
need to get better at naming shit, don't they?
They're so boring, aren't they?
Vesk 5 is pretty good though. Look
Mhm.
at that planet.
Yeah.
How about we just hold on to it
I was gonna say,
for
like,
the time being?
just see what happens. Just leave it there. Just put it like out of.
This is the most Callum
Or-
response I've ever heard you give Zig, by the way. If we just
No,
left
it's
it.
true. Leave it. It's fine for the time being. Why do we want to interfere with it? Obviously, if it breaks out, that is an issue. But let's say it doesn't, right?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't yet.
I think I've changed my mind about the urgency of this because, like, okay, in character, if we're talking about this, I think Lyko will come to the conclusion. Oh, sorry. That he's tired. No, he'll come to the conclusion that yeah, that we can't practically do anything about it now. So
Yeah, either without voling it into space, giving away your position, or just infecting some random planet, or irradiating half the ship, yeah. Not good side effects.
Is there anything we're not thinking of?
Push Captain in.
Isabel do something about it?
We're not pushing the captain into it, regardless of my thoughts and whether or not maybe, but no.
Understood, Kath.
Makes sense.
What if it made you stronger,
yeah.
Captain?
I also don't want to be pushed into it.
That's probably not the case. Don't know who asked me that, but
It's just that voice in the back of your Vesk mind, isn't it? Right, so, do you want to call Isabel?
I will do that, actually, yeah.
Quint?
Isabel?
Quint?
We are discussing how we might deal with a situation with the red stuff. Seems to be under control for the moment, but I was hoping we might be able to deal with it more permanently.
Out of character question, does she know about this extra canister? I think so, right?
I
think
don't know if she
Yeah,
knows.
because she was standing.
everybody was in the shuttle, right, when we had this conversation?
She was there when we had.
Yeah.
We actually,
Oh yeah, she
we
was.
had it there.
Correct.
Cool, yeah. She goes, right, what were you thinking about doing with it?
Well, I was thinking about getting Zig to irradiate it.
Do we know what it does under the effects of radiation? Like, this is definitely like a scientific tone that comes from her.
That's a good question. We don't.
Where are you right now?
We are outside the.
It's okay, I
which
see yous.
side's port?
I see
Yeah.
yous. And
Yeah.
she walks over.
all that's left.
She was in the bridge anyway, so she walks towards yous.
I will move out the way like a
Starbucks.
gentleman to let her by. Oh, the
Believe.
captain blocks her path.
Okay, she just judo
A
flips the
large
captain on his ass
lizard.
and then just walks by.
Mate, what can I say, man? I'm a big guy. I'm sorry.
It's that awkward thing where you stand to the side and she still has to squeeze past you.
I'm a key a wormhole.
Yeah, don't even touch me. Whoop whoop. Talk about holding the door open. I folded space for you. Talk about awkward
As
get
the
out of jail.
world falls down.
So she's like, right, so here we are, all in the corridor.
Yep.
She looks
Nice of
around
that.
at everybody.
What are your thoughts? I'm kind of coming up against problems every time I come up with potential solution, and I kind of think we just have to
What?
seal it up. But
What is the problem?
Giant ooze, taller than bigger, it looks like.
it seems
Stuck
to
in there
have
a lot.
broken out of whatever Zig put it in, and seems to have taken out the cameras.
Right. Have yous. Of course, you haven't opened the door yet.
No,
Okay. She walks up to the door.
Oh my god.
She just puts her ear against it.
Yeah.
And by ear I mean like her helmet, obviously.
bonk.
Did you get like a glass, the cup from the kitchen?
Holds it up
Yeah.
against the mug. Yeah, perfect scientific tool. And she's like, everybody stop moving. And she puts like her hand out to the side to like indicate everybody stop moving.
Everyone roll still.
And then
Nah, I'm a lizard, I don't need to do that shit.
yeah, I was gonna say, like how you're talking like you're gonna be dead still. We've got rat stillness and lizard stillness, I think we're good. These were literally all made for us. And who would the other person be? The android!
Yeah,
Like,
I suppose we're
These are pretty good at just like
Right.
stopping. This human nonsense. And then like there's maybe like
Exactly.
almost up to a minute of her just leaning against the wall. And then she like comes back and just kind of like puts her hands on her hips and steps back from the door and looks at it and it's like, I don't hear anything. So if it's moving around or trying to get out, it's not making noise.
Have we considered the horrible possibility that it's left through the other side?
See through the window. I think. Let's assume
We said it was murky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like murky.
So you just don't know if the outer door is open or not. You just haven't checked this fact. And I mean the captain's
Can
Control
we
over
check
it.
this?
How would you like to? You're probably has ways. I mean, Zig, you could just
the-
open this door and walk through and look at it if you wanted, Zig.
Zig could, yeah, but I wouldn't advise you do it.
Zig
Depends
could
on the
literally
rest.
go out the other airlock and then
the time.
climb over the ship.
I suppose actually I could go
Like-
the other way.
Don't forget, like we can all be in space. We've got.
Yeah, you've got suits. Yeah.
Yeah, briefly, but I'd rather not.
No, we've got 8 days worth of like air in our suits if we've got like a
Yeah,
level
but
8
not if the
armor.
suit's wrapped.
Also,
Oh, right.
so
I mean,
no, his suits are iffy, right? His suit is iffy,
Yeah.
but you know it would withstand brief exposure to harsh situations, so he wouldn't insta die again. But you guys
It's
don't
like
have.
one a life bubble if you've made.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you've got that. But the other thing is, your suits can give you obviously basic life support, but it can't give you food and water.
Yeah. You wouldn't survive in the space for like 8 days. Well,
You could probably get
yeah, maybe you would,
three,
actually.
like 3, 4 a push, but like you'd be pretty fucked at 4 days in space, without food and water, mostly without water. Assuming you need
It's
that.
like, I'd like to think there's like a wee canister on your fucking belt, you know, it's strapped into your suit.
Like, you probably can hook
Oh,
up
yeah,
your water
mention
bottle.
that.
The tube, yeah.
The tube.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we look around. What's the plan, guys?
Can I check
I don't
the pad and see if I can find any indication of whether or not it's open?
I mean, I don't know
yeah.
what he's expect anybody else to do. This is Zora speaking. I don't know what he's expect anybody else to do about it. If like a particle beam ain't gonna solve it, your sun ain't gonna solve it, we're not gonna solve it.
Particle
want me to-
beam. She looks at you, Zora.
Final hour.
Ah. Nods.
You want me to take a look from outside?
Be my guest.
It's a good idea, actually.
Be my guest.
I think he'll go the other way and go like
That
Over.
would make sense.
Yeah, do you want to go outside and then go up and over?
yeah. So
Okay, yeah.
Been over.
What does everybody else want to do while he takes time to do that?
Just
As like spacewalks.
Can we maintain comms with him while he does it?
Keep in mind, he can literally just magnetize to the hull and just walk. Like, there's zero special things he needs to do here, besides the fact that he can survive in space if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
and
can't he fly? Yeah, can't he just fly?
But, like, you don't need to burst into
Yeah.
light and fly.
Yeah.
Well,
And if
actually,
you don't need
I can
to-
fly in space.
What?
That's another thing I can do.
Like, what I'm saying is,
Without spending my starlight for.
but what I mean is, like, you don't even need to do that because you just magnetize your way over the hull. It depends what you as Zig would do. Because, I mean, if I
Zig would
could.
fly.
fly.
Come on. Let's be real here.
It's when he demagnetizes and then just doesn't realize the difference in the velocities and just goes off. It's like, well, fuck.
You get your stretchy space
Mhm.
flight.
I mean, I could magnetize it. Can I just fly the ship?
And we maintain contact with him while he's outside the ship?
Yeah, your comms will reach you.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Keep in mind, you just could calm her when she was in the shuttle, remember?
Sorry?
You calmed Isabel when she was in the shuttle, remember? Like, and she was like outside this ship. So, yeah.
Yes, that's true, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
That's still
Zig,
forward
I
stuff.
was forgetting that, yeah, because I just sort of thought ship to ship, but it wasn't. You're correct. So,
yeah,
how
Zig would
about
Still ship.
audible updates.
I
then.
keep. I would just like open comms between everyone while Zig's outside for information reasons.
You could. Somebody could try and load up the rocket targeting systems and use the cameras to watch them. Right? Because they are like up on the top back of the ship. So if you deployed the non-working launcher, you could watch them.
I mean, I don't know if I even know anything about this launcher.
No, you do. You've been told they were rockets last time. Yeah. They don't work, but you were told you have them.
I mean, I don't know if I don't think Sora would even get that idea though.
That's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't. When I was thinking about it, I don't think it would be his idea.
There's just not a lot of windows on spaceships normally because of that whole "if they break, you're fucked" thing.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah.
So
I imagine that's even more so for like Sora. He's probably just shoved into like a can.
yeah, I was gonna say generally the Vesk ships don't really. They're not super big on windows. Like.
Who needs windows?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
I imagine like.
So long as you can
Sergeant Triples.
scan their life signs as they fade out, you've got
Yep.
all the info you need.
yep,
Um,
the Vesk are winning. Good. Ha ha ha. Plant the
yeah,
flag.
we'll keep open comms with our small friend from the future via the past, Zig,
The one who's the right age now. Yeah. So
who may or may not be himself.
We really should get head cabs.
you could
To
definitely
get a
invest in that.
GoPro sponsorship.
Yep.
You know that Lyco's never going to turn that on.
I was gonna say yeah. The body cam on a cop. Whoa.
He'll be like,
Whoa.
It's not working, Captain, as he throws it out the vent.
Zig's never going to remember to turn it off. So
Yeah. Just peeing. You know.
There seems to be some sort of error. Smashing it with his gun.
writing a Zorro Z with
Yep.
Rappy.
Shouldn't
Man.
I say?
And
Zig
Weird would
needs to
just
get
be like,
his-
yes, my eyes already do that.
Yeah.
My
My suit is made of cameras, and they all deploy into floating cameras. Yep.
God.
In fact, Zig even mentioned
Oh.
him. Technically, never got that money, right? He
I mean,
did get that money.
He did, and he never spent it, right?
He never
I haven't
spent
spent
it,
it,
that
no.
Keep in mind, his account isn't just on him. The account's with the bank that he left that timeline, but the bank and the account stayed in that timeline.
True.
It'd
True.
have been better had he took the money back and put it in a high interest account and then let it accrue.
You bumped modern day Zig out of money.
Yeah, I hope that's to Zig and not to me.
Yes, man, I'm gonna get like 100 G's, man. I'm rich, man. Gonna get myself new stuff. Then you're like, nah, man, I'm just gonna take a place, mate. Sorry.
Yep.
Like,
It's like this Zig has, even though it's the same bloody Zig, right?
It's the same Zig, but the modern day Zig is now in the past, and this man has waited.
He's not! This is that Zig! He just waited!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but like,
Zig
where's
Zig
the
who
modern?
waited.
Yeah,
But technically,
we went
if
for
we're
that joke.
if we're going by like
Uh-huh.
if we're going by like time,
Right.
surely modern day Zig is now in the past.
Yes, if there were
Right, but
collinear, sorry, like if there were collinear timelines, yes. If there is only one, then Zig had been in the past and is now with you.
Yes,
There you go, buddy.
yes. I mean, I already got that.
Yep, cool.
It's like now that Zig has caught up.
Yeah, so like Zig leaves the timeline and appears here, but there is no.
I choose to believe that.
There's a Zig here the whole time anyway, so this Zig waits. So there's two Zigs at this point. Now you're in this bit with just Zig, who is the right age for once.
Yeah, he's actually.
Remember Zig like skipped like that,
Yeah, he skipped a year because we were like looking for a
skipped a year, and he went, okay, I'll go to here, then bounced back to there, and then waited to get back to there, which is the year he's making up for this jump, and now is slowly going this way with you guys. It all makes perfect sense. Time is easy.
Yeah.
Definitely does.
This is how my brain works, and this is the only reason why I'm able to run this game. And let's continue with whatever this plan is. So Zig, do you want to give me an athletics check for how quickly you can get across the hull?
Sure thing.
Or if you're going to fly, you don't need to do that, you can just fly.
Oh yeah, he'll fly around.
Cool. Okay, what is it that actually lets you do it? Can you paste that in for me, bud?
Oh, I'll paste it into the thing.
Thank
Yeah.
you, just so
Well,
folks can see.
Abilities.
Also really pleased that that time explanation made a lot of sense to me when I was going through it. I'm like, I'm just going to go for this, we're going to see how much sticks. Okay, so Walk the Void is such a fucking cool name. Also valid GIF. For those at home, it's just, what year is this? With Kyle MacLachlan.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're immune to harmful effects of environment space. You also gain flight speed of 20 while in space. However, this can see blah 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 different precise locations. Finally, piloting looks like classical. Yep, that's fine. Works for me. So yeah, you slowly just like glide over the top of the ship.
Yeah. He's like backstroking. Like he's, you know, he kind of takes a step forward and just stays facing that way, and then just floats up and
Mm-hmm.
follows the curvature of the ship, kind of like lounging on his back, relaxing.
We get some 2001
How's it
Space
look?
Odyssey
Yeah.
movie, you know, music playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Everything going okay?
Yeah. Seems all right. And then obviously, well, if nothing terrible happens along the way, I guess kind of turn around and look down at the other side.
so yeah, you come up to the airlock at the other side, and yeah, you see a closed airlock.
Airlock's closed. Is there like a? I assume there is or isn't a porthole.
There
I'd be
is,
correct in that.
but
assumption.
the blast shield's closed on it.
Okay, yeah. Blast shield's closed on the door, so can't see in, but it's definitely closed. Doesn't seem to be compromised on the outside either.
I mean, the captain's got a button that'll just totally open that door.
We don't want to vent it out into space because that's problems. 'Cause we
Yeah.
probably wouldn't be able to get it back in the ship without basically turning an entire shuttle into like a container for it, which is not something I don't think we want to do.
Or if we could automate that shuttle and fly it into the sun.
No, no. That's-
You still have a
Oh,
bunch
the
of ships, right?
the shooting it into the sun is like 100% easy to do. Like that should be normal science and a spacefaring culture.
Suns are pretty
really
big.
do
They should
like
be
that.
fairly easy to hit.
I do feel like that
And
should
they
be
do have
normal things.
massive, massive gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Huge tracts of land.
I feel
Yes.
like our peanut brains and a non-spacefaring culture could maybe even pull that off. Never mind like space.
That's fair. Yeah.
Like, like
So, Isabel turns to you guys. It's like, so what's the plan? Are we just ignoring it until we have a better plan, or are we
Personally, I say launch out into the sun, but I don't know what I mean. If anybody's got any better ideas.
So that does involve us jumping this, and she like taps on the wall twice. Either through drift or we use the basic maneuvering engines to get us to the sun. Either way, that'll be days.
I'm heading back in.
I love it.
Okay,
I
Zig.
love it. Fantastic.
Red 5 standing by. Jack's Oil, boy. Previously on Avatar.
It's a beautiful day out here in sunny space.
Have you,
Is it ever day or night if you're not on a planet? Is that? Yeah, sure, Zig.
You just hear Isabel sighing. You're like, so the plan.
we could fire the particle beam into it in a trajectory that would send it towards the sun, and if the particle beam doesn't deal with it, the sun will.
Or we hand them over to the stewards if they.
What
if
do
we
you
feel
want?
we can deal with them.
I mean, do you feel like the stewards are totally infallible enough to like keep this sort of weapon in check as well? Like, 'cause that's also one of our fears, right? Somebody said something about weapons.
I could reach out to Abadar if you want to try and securely store it, but I'm not on the payroll
I even remember the
anymore.
vault.
Well, you know about the Bank of Abadar. You all have accounts with them.
Not the vault.
The vault. Keep in mind, the vault is a very generic term. Like everybody has their own individual vaults within the vault.
But, you know, but by the vault, I mean is the Finite vault. Do you remember about that, or is that something that's changed as well?
No, I think there's like you know enough that there is a vault. I don't think a lot of it's probably hazy, right? Like the idea of like you going there, like why would you be going there, right? You've got those types of memories. Wait, why would I have been going there? That must have been somebody else. I must be getting confused, right? Because you'll know of the vault because things were mentioned about the vault before you went.
Oh, but it's Lanterna's vault still now.
Yeah.
Like, so we don't even know if Finite can get into that.
Yeah, right. It's messed up, isn't it?
Confusing.
Hi, I'm the one having to fucking run this game. I know.
But here's the thing: if everything we did there is undone, then Thanaida can't be on our other ship.
Right, but she is.
Yeah. So.
And
This
this
is why
Isabel,
I
sorry,
subscribe
this
to the Doctor Doom theory of time travel.
and this Isabel just mentioned she's not in the payroll of Abadar anymore.
Yeah, so something's happened for her. Presumably not her death this time,
Right.
but something has happened.
This is,
So what the fuck?
This is even barely even know that she died.
So, wait a minute, right? Let's go back further, right? Zig came back a year ago. And obviously he spoke to Isabel quite a bit since coming back to you guys. Which means he's clearly spoke to Isabel before. Which means before Isabel knew
Oh, we
what...
agree, this is Zig's fault.
Yeah, I think as long as we're all on that page.
Dick, you've undone like probably 40 sessions worth of stuff.
So let me
You don't even- I am become Zigabite.
Yes.
Destroyer of systems.
Destroyer of sessions, yeah.
Well, we don't know anymore.
Yeah. I think it's probably more than 40. Not gonna lie.
It's
It's like 50.
like
There's a lot.
Just
yeah.
strapping on a suicide vest and screaming it's what my character would do through the sessions.
Yep.
So to us, are we still on a mission for fucking what's his face then?
Babak.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dragon Man. We're still on a mission.
You mean
for Dragon
Himani?
Man.
Well,
You
technically,
even remember that?
right, so yous were
was before it,
sent
yeah.
on a mission to go and like keep in mind, yous have vague memories of this, right? You're not really sure why that would be something you remember, but yous have got them. And obviously the more you push, the less you'll kind of really focus on it, because it will make no sense. So your brains will be like, that didn't really make sense or happen. But yeah, yous were like, remember yous bumped into like Himani,
Himani.
because yous
Really?
went to... Yous know Himani because remember he first introduced himself when yous were leaving the... Before yous left the chamber with the dragons.
That was
Yeah.
3 times.
Remember,
So,
Alice was controlled by Escate to send you to
Yeah.
that chamber with the giant D20 of time travel jump teleport thing, right? That was in one of the boxes, like one of the crates of grain. So that sent you guys to the big dragon chamber. Before you left that chamber, Himani walked on board and said permission to come aboard, and then had a big conversation. And he says, go bring me the head of the Droid Queen. So, you all have that information still, yeah. But you are convinced you have settled on that, right? Like somewhere in the back of your head, you're like, didn't we settle up on that?
This is one of those things that's not going to make sense if we think about it for even a second.
100% agree. So try not to.
Okay.
Just carry on regardless,
Marvel
because
Universe.
yes.
So, okay, in character,
Mhm.
I think the answer to Isabel then is, well, we've all had a think, and realistically, yeah, it seems to be secure. 6 checked, it's not breached. Probably won't breach. If that lock isn't faulty, then it's strong enough to withstand the pull of the vacuum of space. So yeah, we'll leave it here for the time being. Abadar, maybe stewards. We can bring it to attention of someone more equipped than ourselves.
So, you could, right? Here's something that might. This may come up. Maybe Zora knows enough about weapons to come up with this. If not, we can see Isabel does, right? But I'll give Zora the option first. You could try and put it into like one of the missile casings, and then just leave it floating.
That actually occurred to me.
Like you could then just leave it floating in space, right? With a transponder that you can detect, like a very low band transponder, because you know the area. So it would just be a case of jumping to this local area and then tuning in for the fine signal. Because if it's not a strong enough signal, people should jump past it, right? Because there's no reason to really stop in the arse end of nowhere. So leave it there, low band signal.
So, like, what I'll do, right, is a Zora thing, because I wouldn't do the low band signal shit, right? But as Zora, I would turn around and say, put it in one of the missiles and launch it into the sun.
I was just going to say we could put in one of the missiles.
And then
That was the entire idea.
then Isabel will fill and go, clicks her fingers a few times and goes, or put it in a missile, point it at the sun, ready to go on command remotely, if anybody but us approach and put in the deactivation code.
This is why I've got a crew.
And then she says, then that gives us some breathing room and an ace up one of her sleeves. If you want to
I
get
like
in.
it.
Then she goes, that's if you are willing to get into the biological weapons warfare bed.
Yeah, sure.
If you just don't think of it like that, we'll be fine.
Typical against an Liberian, right?
If it comes to, probably not. Nothing seems to be, but
something.
She then says, so we could do that. Then an escape from Abadar. We could give it the details. They could go and retrieve it and store it for us. We wouldn't even need to come back. As long as we gave them the information they needed to secure it, they could just send somebody out here to pick it up. If you wanted to go down that route.
That's also a good idea.
That would depend on a lot of good luck falling our way.
Both of these ideas require us getting it successfully into a casing.
Yes.
Under not exactly optimal conditions.
My theory, vent it. Then we'll have a missile outside in place already. And have a bunch of us just catch it.
Oh, wait. Temperature. What's it? Do we have any readings? Do we have any indication of what temperature this thing is?
She kind of like narrows her eyes. What do you mean?
If it isn't the what's the term? Endothermic? If it doesn't produce its own heat.
Exothermic for producing heat.
Okay, yeah. If it's not that, then lacking the ability to produce its own heat, it requires environmental heat, right? Well,
Sure.
the vacuum of space is kind of notoriously lacking in environmental heat.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you so far. So you think it would
So it should
stop
quite
it?
quickly solidify. Might not stop it, but it might make it easier to deal with.
Like, I think she just shrugs and kind of nods, like, yeah, that's, like, we have nothing to say that won't work. Right? Like, that's her kind of replies, just, sure, yeah.
How would you feel about going back out for it, Zig? You seem well equipped for this.
I don't have like an IR sensor on.
Okay.
I don't have an infrared sensor on. I'm pretty sure I've got an infrared sensor on.
I would suggest keeping Weird on standby, but honestly, I would prefer him not to walk through any more walls.
I've got. I mean, it's dark vision, right? But it's an infrared sensor.
Coming up on infrared.
It's not a thermal. It's not
Would
thermal though. It's not a thermal sensor. Right.
You.
So, a lot of that would still involve you having to open the door and look in, though.
Hope it at least give me a signature for the porthole. I was blocking it. It would just light up red if it actually had a thermal.
I mean, if it let a lot of stuff through like that, it wouldn't really be doing its job of keeping all the outside, space radiation out.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus infrared isn't thermal.
Also, like,
No, it's not.
infrared is
That's
also
not-
like one of the
that's-
worst
that's-
to get through
that's-
stuff,
no,
right?
It's not really.
In terms of wavelengths, it's not great.
Mm.
I would need a thermal. Thermal.
SK also just, Isabel, just like then points at the button on the door and goes, or we push this button. So it's Space Rat takes a walk and tries to play catch with a biological weapon, with a missile.
I can also.
We shoot it into the sun, or we just do nothing. What's the thoughts? Because I'm really into this strapping it to a missile and then if everything goes wrong, launch it into the sun plan. But I'm really not against launching it to Triaxis.
I'm not eager to use a
I'm not eager to
chemical,
either.
biological, whatever the hell it is, preemptively.
It's coming for a Vesk.
She just laughs, like, it wasn't a serious suggestion anyway. But, like, maybe it's a laugh that feels a tiny bit forced, right?
Well, I definitely don't mind the idea of playing catch. I can help Zig with that. Jetpack.
And she says, You seem troubled. And she's staring straight at you, Zora.
Troubled. Yeah, I had a run-in with a former colleague.
Oh?
Guess I'll fill everybody in on that when together. There's no point in reiterating the fact 5 times.
Okay. So, there's another reason why I think having a missile that... Damn. And she just stops herself. We're working on the assumption your people are immune, actually. Damn.
We are, yes.
Okay. If your people are immune, they're still high up the tree for who's behind this. No
Oh, I agree.
And she's like, no offense, and she puts like her hand out as if like, no offense, but we could use this to blackmail them if they get in our way.
It's also
Like, we could frame them, and it would be believable enough to give us whatever chance we needed to get them out of the way.
We wouldn't even need to frame them.
I was about to put my hand up.
Mhm.
It's like framing wouldn't even be necessary if it was found that any Vesk could be using biological warfare.
If
It would be an
we-
absolute insult to our
If we
honor.
describe the circumstances of if we lay out accurately the circumstances in which we found all of this, I mean that's going to be a big deal.
Mm.
Whoever we tell, which is a very big responsibility,
Quite frankly, I think I've got an idea of who's behind this if it was Vesk.
Isabel just like tilts her head slightly and just stares kind of blankly at you. It's like,
You'll probably see him. You'll probably see him a wee bit like distressed because he
Mhm.
doesn't. He doesn't like an idea of saying it, but he's probably like, it's probably my old commander.
you were saying Star, right?
Would nod.
That checks out, yeah? Prison Star, Black Ops, Vesk.
Any Vesk is going to do that.
Yeah, Alicia just nods like that makes perfect sense actually. It's very neat though, right?
Underestimate her.
No, I'm saying it's a bit convenient. She's a very easy
True.
target,
Agreed.
actually.
That's true. That's true.
From what I've gathered from Shakos, just says that very like, hush. She would jump to that conclusion as well. That would be
Explain.
very easy for her to believe. I think if I were behind all of this, I think I would make it very easy to believe the invaders to this system were a problem. Who gains from that directly?
It's so confusing.
Or
Because Anway's right, like
Mhm,
just
mhm.
I throw back to like last session or whatever. Like, yeah, this would also could be Demagesh still just talking a pile of bullshit and it could go hamster as well.
could be Demogesh deliberately engineering it because he knows that everyone would completely buy that if any Vesk would do it, it would be Obsidian Star.
Right?
But I'm honestly on the thought train of this is absolutely Vesk.
Mhm.
Like, I genuinely think it's too convenient. Show up, they've got like this box with amazingly conveniently fitting canisters.
Yep.
Like it's an obsidian
Although we
star
did
vessel.
discuss that probably could be like made to print quite easily.
Yeah, like you could get a
Demogesh shows
case.
up.
Yeah.
But then Demogesh shows up. How does he get like a location on us to get like a?
We were tracking a ship that was tracking him.
True, but it's too convenient. Right, I mean, it could be. What I'm saying.
I mean, he might just have a button that brings up every Vesk transponder, right?
True.
Like,
I mean, if you were him, wouldn't you?
right?
Isn't it just too convenient? No, like
Mhm.
along with this is what I'm saying. It's like
Here's the worst thing,
It's
right?
a lot of stuff that adds
along
up.
with this.
Let's say you're all having this discussion somewhere, like in the bridge or some shit, right? Let's just chuck everybody in the bridge,
Yeah.
right? And we'll all just jump over there. Let's just chuck everybody over, right? We're bam. So, if everybody's in the bridge having a wee chat, like, Isabel will bring up, since I'm, that's my way of being in the game.
Right, I would quickly fill in Isabel about like the Demogesh stuff.
Cool.
Basically, exactly.
Shakos is here too. Is that okay, or do you want her to like not be
Yeah,
here?
that's fine.
Yeah, cool.
That's fine.
Let's bring
Cool.
Shakos in.
Like,
Let's
'cause
let
she's-
everyone in at this point.
She's distrustful.
I was gonna say she's in the captain's chair already, buddy. She's been there for a while.
I
Getting
got the
comfy.
sense that she wasn't too happy with me, and I feel like this sort of unfold at least
Yeah.
makes it a wee bit more like.
Yeah,
very
it loops
fair.
her in and keeps her in the it's inner circle nonsense, right? Which is good. So
I'll scowl at her briefly and say, I commandeered that.
look at that. She had to fit in one half of it, right? Because of the way the map is. So technically,
Oh.
you could sit in the other half.
Don't you pull this shit with me, right?
It's just that thing that two siblings fight over the favourite chair, even though there's nothing special about the chair, just because one person wanted it. Anyway, so Isabel then says, as you have walked and talked, West Winged this all the way up to the bridge.
I do like a bit of Aaron Sorkin, I have to.
Right. So you have that chat, and then Isabel gets there, sits at whatever station that is on the bridge, basically on the consoles probably, and leans against him with her feet on the chair and says, "The worrying thing that I don't think you've fully considered. Let's say suspicions are right. It's really obvious it's the Vesk, which means it's probably not the Vesk. That's what the Vesk might want. It's easy target from Obsidian Star Lady to do this. It would help Demogesh. What if it's both of them working together?
I did suggest that. The captain.
She kind of nods at you then, Lyko, like, yeah, good man. Of course you would have. And then she's like, so, the only thing is why? Like, why undermine one of them?
But why would one send us against the other? Like,
technically, no, you've just told me it would send you into the arms of Demogesh if she was less shiny to you.
but at the same time, Demogesh sends me away. Like, it was prior. Like,
Do you mean weeks
The-
prior? Yeah.
no, it was like that day. Demogesh was like, oh man, it was weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, was it?
If they're
Was it-
working,
Did he not tell us to leave and then we basically?
yeah, he basically kicked us out. But again, like
Like-
this could all be long term thinking, you know. If they're working together, and you side with either one of them, that's their purpose achieved. It doesn't matter who.
I think, though,
So you
he's on the side, like, he's working for his commander currently, right? And he just looks at you for, like, confirmation, like, you're still Obsidian Star, from what you've told me.
Hmm.
Right? So,
Uh,
she does have you. So is her plan to get you to Demogesh for some reason? Is she hoping you'll go there under the pretense of getting rid of him anyway? Like,
she was hoping that I would get rid of him. Like, it was implied that she wanted me to get rid of him.
or at least enough info, right? She was very cagey about that, right? She was like, yeah, let's find a way to get rid of him, right? And then nodded at you. So, that could easily be find enough information that the Imperatrix would get rid of him, or just get rid of him. So that, yeah, like, very much an open call on your part for that one. She does then, like, Isabel then looks at everything, goes, so, we've got a weapon that doesn't affect Vesk. Sold by somebody, possibly Vesk, in the middle of nowhere between Eox and Triaxis. We know the Vesk forces have moved to Triaxis. They're working with the dragons at building a new Absalom. And yeah, that's about it, really. Right?
But yeah,
very much.
the thing that's bugging me is like, well, this is kind of a character, and this is just
Mhm.
mainly the idea of like, it's a semi-undead natured like weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's
100%.
I think it's the Vesk, right? And who is the mad Vesk that I just spoke to working with right now?
Right, Tectalanis, yep. Bone Sage
Undead
Tectalanis, yep. And
Like,
he seems to be a very much get the problem solved kind of Bone Sage, right? Regardless of
like,
problems.
this was brought up a couple of sessions ago, and I think
Mhm.
this is when we're still like Theorycraft and all this stuff, and then like maybe like, but I mean,
I think we still are.
we're still not entirely sure. Like, I don't even know if we're close. Like, they've known who done this. Like, that is a fair assumption, right? If we were to go on the Vesk train,
I think
Who would-
Isabel's main thing, right, was pointing out that at the moment we're floating in space and we'd need to go accuse somebody to learn more, right? That would be her bottom line. Maybe that's even Shakos's bottom line, actually, right? Because she mentioned earlier about Babak. So maybe that's her that brings it up, and she says, we do the cop thing. We knock on doors, we ask questions, we gauge the reactions, we make a judgment call. We look for evidence. Where do we start? And that's go get him, Shakos attitude for you. Who replies to her?
so the problem is if it's Demogesh, like, what you said on the ship doesn't add up, and I didn't get that vibe. It seemed like the old Demogesh that all Vesk would know, and
So
being
you've got,
that good of a liar.
and she
I would
she
just
nods to you and
like,
goes, but you said you've got an invitation right to his his capital ship, so you could just walk up to him and ask it is like face to face if you needed to. Would you know then?
I don't think he would answer.
Kind of like nods. Hmm.
It's not.
Could you plant surveillance though and then learn? She gives you a slightly cheekier look.
story, but
So there's a plan. She kind of nods, really emphatically. So we can get you on board the Best Capital ship, and then you can plant a bug, and we'll listen, and then we'll know. That's one.
It's easy as we walking on the ship and then walking off.
And she's like, that's a second. Walking off the ship's a secondary stage. Let's deal with things we can try. And then she looks at you like and she goes, you have. I still work for the guy, and you have a better relationship with him. You could go speak to Babak.
Yeah, happy to. I think,
And she goes,
frankly, we should speak to Babak first.
she was like, yeah, we
Any move.
should speak to Babak. We should take this ship back, and we probably shouldn't have any of that stuff on board. I would even say that we should maybe get rid of the bodies.
Why?
It's... the red crystals could be the stuff.
It could,
So...
but do we have anywhere safer to get rid of it to? And
and she looks at like Isabel goes, what about the strapping everything to the missile thing?
promised him I would recover what I could as well.
None of these are the crew, Lyko.
Some of them are. Captain?
Well, I mean, the crew, the captain, we can keep him with Dave, obviously. Like Stu and the captain.
I think the other problem is, right, so she isn't super retaining information, remember, because she hasn't seen the body of the captain yet. She's seen his arms, and they are flaking red crystals, remember. So
He's not in good condition, but
so
if they've encountered this before, they may be better equipped to deal with it than we are.
we could be either infecting Versus, or we could be giving them a weapon. If Babak's not on our side, though, and we don't know that till we get there.
Pick that point up, Elliot.
Yep. And then Isabel, like she looks at Isabel and goes, and she can do her thing with the bank, and maybe get us somewhere safe to store this. In the meantime, and Zig can keep her company. She gives you like a thumbs up.
I think Zig kind of cocks his head to one side. Kind of, I think he's sitting in a
That was definitely like if you had to like read the room, that was definitely going, I don't know what you can do. You've just turned up.
Yeah.
I think
What's Lyko's thoughts? What's Zora's thoughts? What's Zig's thoughts? Like,
we can't trust anyone at the moment.
Nope.
Except that's not quite right.
oh,
We
can trust everyone.
we have a potentially very powerful ally who may well be is extremely knowledgeable about many things and
Zig sits a little straighter in his seat.
has the capacity to move through time.
Zig sits really tall in his seat.
Um,
Smug look on his face.
I love where this is going.
I think, and we'll have to prepare a great deal before we can do this, but I think we... Shit. Oh.
Do
So-
it.
Do it.
You recall what we discussed on Akaton. With Ramasethu.
No. That was actually my fault. Really was my next fault.
We would
Like,
need to find his electroencephalon.
That's the one. Well done. Yep.
And it's not gonna be easy recovering it.
You want to bring back a lich? Should just like Isabel just says that into the room.
Deflate.
I want to specifically. I want to bring back Sindel.
Ah, your former master.
Specifically, I want to destabilize that alliance.
Like probably visibly bristles at that, but says nothing.
Yeah, and like I don't know if Isabel could have held that back, right? Because obviously she probably has quite a strong distaste for the Bone Sages. Whether or not she's able to resist, but like, no, why? So yeah, she has that. You both have a look of like distaste maybe on your face, and she's like,
If the Vesk involved with Tectalanis are involved with this, you can bet Tectalanis is involved.
the Bone Sages probably could make a weapon like this fairly easily. They were smarter earlier than most people in this system.
And we know one has good reason to oppose some of the others. Only he's at present he's dead.
She cocks her head to the side like, okay, you know, like you're saying
like,
undead thing's dead. Yeah.
Or like in storage.
Yeah, death is not the end for him.
Or for anyone, it seems.
Huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Hear you. My point.
Was that
Isabel and Lyko both turn around and look at Zig.
Yeah.
I
actually be
thought
confused.
I said that in my head.
Okay.
As you were. No, Ziggs definitely said that out loud.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, same character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because then we get like Isabel and Lyko both going, wait, what?
And he's like, that was supposed to be in
Thank you.
my head.
So I was
carry on.
confused because like was the older man it comes
Yeah.
like,
Isabel didn't die, right? Yeah.
But then he's like, but wait, what? There's something wrong. Isabel, she didn't die.
Also, why she's not
That's
like she's wearing her weird blue armor and not like her random white S-Kate uniform. Yeah.
Fuck you, Zach.
Everything-
So I'm gonna just say something else. Something that
Not my
might
fault.
like seeing the meta. This obviously wouldn't come like maybe Zig will think of this, but you guys wouldn't be able to, right? Like you as characters can have a think about it. Ramasethu would probably like help you with a lot of the memory bullshit. See what
Yes,
Zig has caused.
That was what I was going for. I
Yeah.
remember when I was there.
But then
Of
the bullshit
course.
doesn't matter anyway because
We
like,
don't
it
know
didn't
that we
happen.
need to go and see her about it.
Yep, but Zig would. So it's just something I would like to like at least give you that like level of. If MD was able to do timey-wimey memory bullshit, Ramasethu is literally the person.
Surely, like a lot of it still did happen right within like the last year. Surely, like
I mean, I don't want to.
large
I'm
part of it.
really not going to actually go into literally how much has changed because you have no idea
Can
how
you
much.
give me an itemized list?
Yes, a lot.
time travel on
Do you have a
Acton.
license for that time travel?
So, back in that room, we have that moment where they both incredulously look at Zig, and
Hey.
yeah.
What are you looking?
Well,
You know what? I don't even.
Do you remember about any eggs?
that's a very good question, isn't it?
Like,
So,
Can
just
we
wonder why would we be
culture?
here? Just wonder why would we be here and why would they have been gone to the sun like, in this situation
Right,
of the time?
right.
Roll culture. Roll culture.
So-
roll culture.
Why would they have been going to the sun, right? You have probably wrote this off to that's where Zig's from anyway.
Right,
What?
nah, because like then I'd be a lot less understanding of like Zig's situation if that wasn't.
Why? What are we? What? Where? What?
Like,
Mm-hmm.
what was? I'm going to just like, because I can't do it because it's just too meta for me to bring it up right now. Right, it really is just too meta. for me
Well,
to bring
in the
it up,
moment, right, what you just spoke about is Sindael and preparing to go try and get the electroencephalon from Eox.
Right, so
Yous are
Yeah.
very close to Eox right now.
if we brought that up, I mean, we do need to kind of set up for that. But that's
Yeah.
a scary mission, and we're all like.
And you could go to Triaxis, which is a very developed world.
Ah,
Yeah.
We need to.
And Zig
prepare
has a fair
for-
chunk of money.
right. See if I'm like remembering this time travel bullshit, right? Right.
'Kay.
And I'm going to game it this time. I'm going to actually use
yeah.
an advantage, right?
Right, okay, yeah.
Technically, we done in our heads, because we already discussed this, for Hermione what he wanted. Maybe we could just go cash in Hermione, because none of the bad stuff with Hermione has happened yet, because none of the vault shit's happened.
So,
But does he think that it hasn't happened?
so
I mean,
here's the other thing that isn't. Here's the other thing that isn't Zig's fault. It's actually Weird's fault, right?
It's always one of the two.
Weird sent the egg forward in time. Always a second forward, right? Which means
Is that right?
he sent it always forward in time from a certain point in time.
Anyone
not-
who can travel.
I'm not going to say like when that happened, because we know from Zig's encounter with Isabel at graduation day temple thing, the egg was there. So it not left the timeline then. She was actually specifically sent back then to get it, right? So we know the solar egg ends up with Isabel at that point, which is a year ago. However, if the egg never left the temple, which it can't have if Isabel is taking it, right? Before graduation day, the day before, Lantaral attacks the temple. There's no egg, which means she never takes the egg. But that was the egg that then the Librian took, right? And then she got liquefied. Yuz then gave Hermione liquidation, and he used that to get the void egg from Lantaral. So in theory, Lantaral has the void egg in her vault. Make sense? You just know enough that a void artifact from way back when Edgar gave you a mission to maybe piss off the dragon, to find out what he wanted with the drow. You just know enough that a void artifact was stolen from Hermione, the black dragon. So you still know all that, yeah. So you could go and follow up on that mission for the black dragon. And then you could have a lot of problems with your memory and think, wait a minute, why am I half remembering that we did this already? I'm getting a horrible deja vu. Let's go speak to that memory mancer we know.
I mean, that is a good plan.
And it's not the worst checking in with her before committing to the Ox plan, right?
We probably got
Agreed.
a memory mancer, to be honest. And
I do think we should resolve this as much as we can.
Yes, I agree. I think that'd be a good
And
time to like.
therefore, I think that means Babak is our first protocol.
Oof, I like it.
we go back, and then I
Sorry.
think we go Akaton, memory mancer, plus we can use Zig. Sorry, Zig, you're getting you're inviting yourself. This is actually a suggestion, mate, at the point.
Mhm.
Use Bob on Akaton to set up. Because on a higher level now we can get shit cheaper off them. Like, it'll be nicer that way.
Assuming that still happened.
Like,
It was recent, so I'm assuming.
we just spoke about all the Sunday stuff, so some of that must have still happened.
Yeah, no, like all that's fine.
Like,
You can assume anything Ramasethu did was like protected.
I've got to assume that Ryan's not going to say like trivial stuff like Bob didn't happen and stuff.
Oh no,
like that.
Q-Bob definitely happened. He was disgusting. You'd never forget Bob.
Yeah. So like we use some Zig's funds
Keep
if he is cool with that. To like gear up with Bob. We should be able to
That's fine.
fairly-
Yeah.
And use
fairly-
like you'll remember that the Queen gave Zig a thank you. You don't know how much the thank you was worth. Zig does, because obviously Zig has that in his bank account.
It is
$1
a sum.
billion.
So
As I
Oh,
said,
yeah.
like most of the stuff we were wanting will be now cheaper, like which should still be good because I mean the stuff doesn't really scale that much in this besides armor.
Mhm.
Pretty good for armor,
And
that's
like
the
as I said, he was pretty good at getting exotic stuff as you wanted to put in special requests. It's just you know the more exotic, the more he'll charge in terms of exotic things himself, because he was willing to get into bed with you guys if you brought back Elibrian Eoxian nonsense.
I wanted tech for goodies as well, like, and I like just exotic stuff for
Yeah.
goodies. Like,
He's a black
basically.
market salesman, right? Yeah.
We've got. Oh no, that's a disgusting idea. I was just about to say the worst idea under the sun.
Was it
I've
the?
ever thought.
Was it one of the canisters?
Can't say that and then not say it.
We can't say the fucking canister. No,
Yeah.
it was the canister.
Yep.
Oh my god, that would like be like gold to him, but no, we're not doing that. That's a disgusting idea.
Yeah, you could get. I mean,
Wait, what?
So-
that past me again.
You have 2 unused canisters and 1 used canister.
Probably
And-
one of the most exotic weapons you've ever seen in your life.
Mhm. He's thinking about selling that to Bob. That's what he was not thinking of.
Oh, right.
Like,
I was thinking about trying to convince Hermione to drink it.
I mean, that would be amazing to see what happens.
Yeah.
Because you know he probably would to understand it, right? Based on what he's learned about the goop from Lantoral.
Maybe it doesn't affect any lizards, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it just won't affect the dragon either.
You don't know. Like, you don't know. But the thing is, right? If it kills him, you just get a small victory, right?
Yeah, fuck you, Hermione.
So, and if you can get Ramasethu to fix Zig's fucking over your memories and Weird fucking over your memories, then I'm just happy to let all of your player knowledge exist at the same time, even with the conflicting timelines.
Okay.
It might make your characters have headaches, but it'll make the players have less of a headache, if that makes sense. You'll just push the problem onto them. But Ramasethu will 100% be able to do that. When you get there, she probably already will have done it.
I always wanted to go back to Babak as well. Because,
Mhm,
like,
yeah.
I mean, we
I
can still
think
maybe
I
try
just-
and game some Ivan at him, right?
And
Yeah.
you have-
I also think we really just need to check in with him with what we've got so far, because I don't see any sensible way to advance this without including him.
Yeah, and
And
like
let's-
Shakos is pretty much on that train as well, right? She is like, we need to get there and confirm. We need something to go on. We need to start actually knocking on doors, was her phrase, right?
Agreed.
And honestly, I don't think the idea of putting this in a missile ready to launch somewhere and we can come back and get
Hey,
it later
you let me
is a
have
bad
my
idea.
expanse fantasies, right? You let me have my expanse fantasies.
I'm letting you. I think it's a good idea. That's what I'm saying. I think we should do it. I
Mhm.
think that's probably one of the best ideas for like keeping that safe while
'Cause-
not being on our ship.
Because it means
And,
you have
like,
2 perfected canisters. You can say the other one got out, and that's it. You have the evidence of the bodies, right? And then that one is still there, you know? So,
100% back being straight and narrow before we want to get him it, and we don't want to just deliver this ship straight to him.
well, that's the
Straight
thing, right?
away.
So, you have 3 ships, right? And you have enough
We got
crew.
the fire no hour, I'm assuming back to Babak, and we wouldn't be shown this ship. I'm guessing. Assumption.
Where would you be taking this ship then? Because keep in mind, the closer to like verses you get, the more likely he will be able to discover it. Not saying it's a guarantee. Again, very like needle in a haystack vibes, but
I do feel like actually returning with this ship is probably just a sensible thing.
Do you
Like,
think?
well, that's what we were
it
at.
depends what your plans are, right? As like as a group, because you've got
Because at
Akaton,
this point
right?
towards Babak anymore. Have we even suspected Babak
I
within
think
the last 4
There are
seconds?
definitely strange things like the ID, but
Yeah, the dog tag
Ultimately-
and the perfect record and
yeah,
his like
ultimately, aside from being like too good to be true and having his dog tags in a weird place,
that's totally circumstantial,
Really,
right? Also, like Chakos is convinced he wasn't here, but she could be in this.
she could. She
Is it
absolutely
an
could.
idea? It's like, what's the chances of maybe just like this is another stupid thing? Like, maybe just a vest put a little dog tag there or a little replica or something, like just to try and
Yeah, I mean, could be.
like
They spent a lot of time on verses with them, right?
destabilize like the.
Keep in mind,
shield
even
stuff,
Matva
like,
was in orbit of verses. Demolgesh and Matva were on verses, so
Mhm.
yeah. Like it could be any of the the vests were still at play, like viably. You're totally right. I think
like full control of the ship. That
like-
the captain was probably into tippy toe.
So, like-
essentially.
oh yeah, I mean let's say a bunch of vest commandos come on board to help, air quote help. You're gonna just say yes sir, ma'am, right? And let them do their thing because the captain, who knows how weak he was at that point. Regardless of that though, you have 3 ships. We can safely assume that when we get our wonderful weird back, I'll make him roll until the Azure Flare is fixed. That just lets me know how long it takes for the Azure Flare to get fixed, right? But that'll be able to at least jump to somewhere once, if he rolls badly. Or it'll be fine to jump if he rolls well, okay? So I'll give you that up front. That is not going to be a deal breaker. But even if it has to sail slowly, it'll still get somewhere to get fixed.
Mhm.
Would that just go straight?
Right.
Yeah.
So-
Beat it there.
But like, let's look at this, right? So you've got. I'll put us back on my wonderful sketch page, which I
Yay.
do love to bits. So let me just orientate. Is it shift? It is shift, I think. Yeah. So here's what we've got. as a team, right? There's still what we're armed with. And I'm going to just draw a, what we call it, C for the canister, or the case. Yeah, canister and case, right? So we have these two problems to deal with as well, right? I'll put one of them in a wee box. And that's the case with two of the canisters in it, okay? What do we see inside there? There we go, two canisters. So, you have 3 canisters of the actual, like, weapon, okay? You have 3 ships. 4 if you count Zig's fighter, because you know that has a drift engine that got him here. Whether or not it can get him anywhere else is irrelevant, but it got him here. Yeah, but the shuttles should probably stay with their parent vessels, because they're designed to, right? So final armor shuttle with that, Azure Flare shuttle with that. The Kevlar can't hold a shuttle, but like you could probably cram Zig's fighter into one of the cargo bays, right? It just wouldn't be delicate, but you could, and if you wanted to work on it, you could convert it to be a fighter bay, right, for his ship. Since it does have 2 cargo bays. Beyond that, you have a bunch of different things that came up just moments ago, right? Like getting to Akaton, speaking to Bob and Ramasethu. Very strong, because the focus of gear up to go to Eox does sound like go to Akaton first, right?
Mm-hmm.
You also, you'll need Lyko for Ramasethu. Or
just generally, as one of the useful people.
Wow.
You mean shade casting people. And then the other thing is though, right? Arguably, Ramasethu liked CC. So if you're willing to put your faith in CC getting you there, you never know.
Generally am not, but
Wait, no, man. Well, I mean, that's an amazing game.
Their 5th dimensional chess, yeah.
Yeah, the 5D chess, mate.
Also,
Isabel.
Isabel managed to track you guys there too, so she had some way of getting there. So that's another thing, right? With her crazy mech that's on her belt. So, those are things. But then technically Zig could just have told her everything that happened, and then she followed you. So maybe that's how she got there in the first place. Beyond that, right? So you've got Akaton as a big location. You could send a message on the way, right? Send it through the relay networks for Babak to meet you on Akaton if he's wanted. You don't need to do the meeting on Versus, right? He just needs a reason to get there. So if he can work that out by the time it takes you to get there, he could get back to you and say yes or no, right? Either way, you've got 3 ships. So it's not like you're going to be stranding anyone. As for location-based assets, you know it's unlikely but also unknown Baskerville coordinates, right? So Baskerville Station location is still a thing that maybe people don't know about. Could be though that if it's an Aspis thing, maybe there's bullshit to do with that. But you don't know, you'd need to go and find out. But that is a possible safe haven that you could claim. You've got the Queen's Castle on that remote island that's like cordoned off for like preservation reasons. So as long as you can get in undetected, you could land in her fucking castle. You used to have a whole fucking base of operations you could kit out there, right? You've got CC's place on Akaton as well. Never mind the new Junkrats that are one of the potential quests on there. So, you do have a bunch of options.
Split.
I think, well, we
And get
might have
everything
to
done.
split the ships. I think it would be unwise to leave the Azure Flare undefended. I think it might be wiser to have the Azure Flare stick with the final hour while it's under repairs. Maybe we could take.
Keep in mind, even if the Azure Flare was completely fixed, it wouldn't have weapons anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's defenseless and can't run.
But
so,
you could, if you get it somewhere like a shipyard, you could get it weapons.
I mean, I could.
But in the meantime, it's going to need to be repaired first, really. So...
I mean, as I said, like, my hot take on how good your engineering components are and people, I should say, not components, it'll either get it to jump once if they roll terribly, and it'll get to somewhere to get repaired, or it'll be good enough for operation, right?
About like
Well,
could
could do
just
that, then.
basically like the final hour and the Kivallari could go to Babak, right? Because we need that to happen. Because like necessarily you're not going to keep the Kivallari. There's a good chance Babak might want it back.
Agreed.
And,
Yeah,
right,
Mhm.
and you need a
It
lift. You can't just get stranded on
that's
verses.
fair.
So,
Like,
you could also, right, things that you are all well aware of. Shakos is willing to play the safe game, right, where she won't happily give him the Kivallari if she thinks he's a potential threat. This is Babak, right? Which means you could keep the Kivallari somewhere else. You could go all on the final hour. She could obviously fill him in on what she knows. You can give him the data, blah blah blah. See what he does, and then he's probably going to ask, what happened to the ship? What did you do with it? Then you can make a judgment call and say we scuttled it and lie to him, and then keep
I
it.
think we have to return the ship.
Okay, it's fine. It's totally our thing.
I just feel like if we're barking up the wrong tree at all, then that's just a complication waiting to happen. And I don't see the benefit, even if he is somehow deceiving us. Like, does not bringing the ship aid us in uncovering that? Does it make like I don't see why not return the ship to him. I really
I don't see why not either. Personally, I kind of don't like. I don't really suspect them too much. I know
no,
there's
right.
some
There's
such
definitely
things.
something amiss there, and there
I know
was the
there's
weird thing
some
with the
such
fog tags.
things. I
But
just don't. I don't see it. I don't know why I would see it, and I don't know why like Jack Ross would be so spooked and all that. Like you'd feel like she would at least be like, I know on the mission a wee bit. She seems to be totally clueless.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, I'm going to say we
if
bring
this
it back to him.
was a crazy elaborate scheme to like get the frame like Demogesh or some shit like that, where like I don't know, Sitting Star or something. I don't know, like maybe like fucking. I feel like she would at least know a bit. Like, and she wouldn't be so spooked at like the Vesk and all that shit and yada yada.
Yeah, she did seem. I mean, as far as I could tell, very much authentically scared.
And I think you rolled pretty well on your sense motives as well. So
As I recall, it did. Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense. I don't know. I mean, like you said, there is some sort of stuff, but that's like probably my lowest suspect, if I was to be honest. Like all this shit.
have
So in character, I will say, okay, so we take this ship, we return it to Babak.
Who's and all?
Sorry.
Home and all, even.
That's a good question.
I feel like we keep at least the foam for our back pocket.
We
like
have two.
Isabel's idea.
We have two
Hmm.
cases of it. In addition to those, the one that's in the airlock. So we have samples if we need them for whatever reason. But I think I don't know. Do you want to hold off on returning them to him until we're confident that he was not involved? But at what point are we going to be confident of that?
Also, have I missed anywhere else in the potential like destination list, or is that everything?
We take over the sun.
No, I don't think you missed anything, man. I don't
Okay,
think
cool.
you missed anything.
I think we
kind of go the idea of what we're going to do.
We keep the two samples secured. We enlist the assistance of stewards in handling this sample. I recognize the point about potentially handing them a biological weapon, but the stewards have a legitimate claim to any illegal weapons. There's no reason to think that they don't already have something akin to this, maybe even another sample of this. I don't know I don't know for certain, but I would be shocked if they did have it, if they made yourself privy to it. Jackass, no offense, but I think that would be quite highly classified. So,
End of the day, if your chief of police is using biological weapons, then really, what he's fighting for? Like, if we can't put trust in him, like, if you know what I mean, like.
I just don't know. I don't know what we would hold it back for. Like, what do we hope to achieve aside from determining when we meet him if we think he's on the level? I get that, but maybe,
What would his motivations be? That's what you need to ask.
yeah, maybe we'll get further if we don't start the assumption that we can't trust
But
him. He
perhaps we
did
accuse him.
interfere. Um,
We accuse him and he says he's innocent. That's what Isabel throws in.
so why don't we just ask what he knew in advance?
Hmm.
Yeah, accuse
What
him.
he expected, what he thought, if he's familiar with any of these cases, if this is a known weapon. I'm not going to claim I'm infallible, but I'm pretty good at spotting a lie.
I feel like it's easier to try and weed something out of a provoked person than it is just to weed someone out of just talking to them.
I think
I'm sure he'll understand if you actually reveal the truth to him eventually, if you feel he's on the level, that you will just try to find out if he was on the level. I'm sure he would.
so. What do
As a
we
chief of police, respect that.
approach him with then? If we hold back on the weapon,
Bring him to Kivallari, but don't.
Shakos is like, me, the Kivallari?
we hold back the bodies. Okay, we bring back the ship. We bring back yourself, and we tell him what happened.
Yeah, we give him the truth and then maybe see how it goes. Maybe try and coach him a bit into it more if it comes to it. If he seems on the level, give him everything.
Hmm. Isabel's in deep thought.
And in the meantime, where do we store bodies, poop?
Isabel then goes, I mean, again, if the bank comes through. That's if.
It's not many. We established there wasn't many banks on Hackathon, didn't we? If there was any, there wasn't, was there?
Keep in mind, vault doors can open pretty much anywhere as long as you get an escape to open them for you.
Honestly, like with the current invitation to Demogesh and stuff, like we could maybe just land on Verses as well. There's a good chance that that's not a problem right now, today. Like, there's no Demogesh Lumenton mod. That was the only problem with landing there. And he's at Triaxis invited me to come sit at his fucking seat.
Are you confident then, Captain, that we could that would apply in Verses?
Can't see why not. He wouldn't either. Wouldn't be there to stop us. His forces aren't there. They're too busy.
Okay. Then how about we take the most open possible approach? If Babak is up to something, he's probably not going to want to reveal his hand publicly. How about we make her appearance obvious? We do it in the open for everyone to see.
But not. Don't mind the idea. There's nothing to hide at this point.
Okay. Chekos?
If we've got nothing to hide, why hide?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Bold.
Yeah. But after all, this time we're the good guys.
I think
I think it's a good smile at that.
I think Isabel laughs.
Does that sound suitable to you, Isabel?
What's the worst that can happen? We orbit versus officially asked to land and then we get shot out of the sky? Sure. 1 in 3, right?
Even worse situation.
Yeah. If they want to shoot us down, asking to land isn't gonna the factor that decides it. You know, it's like it's I don't know.
Right, so pause for a second, guys, right? Have a look at the map, like the screen. Have I missed anything out from any of those locations that matter? That you can think of? That is what I could pull off the top of my head.
Not really, no.
No.
We're all good? Anything else like that comes to mind for Remedy?
No.
I think I covered it, because I know that Himani and the dragons are kind of the same thing, just why Demogesh and the Vesk are the same thing, and the Stewards and Babak are kind of the same thing, but I gave a bunch of them separate for different reasons.
No, that's fair.
Man and Dragons, I wouldn't say the same thing.
Yeah, like,
Okay.
they're different enough, I think, and so is a...
We'll need 2 ships for that. What?
Why don't we send... I don't know, I don't know. It's a bad idea.
Me and Lyko could take the Kivalari with whatever we're willing to give Babak.
No, it's
We could take that straight to Babak.
As if there's probably only we're going to have one jump in it, so we'll probably need to send that to Akaton.
Okay. I mean,
Akaton's a good solution.
I gotta say, Akaton to like try and get parts to fix it, or anywhere that's actually like reasonable to get it properly fixed with actual monies. Depends how you want to do that.
I mean, Versus as well is good for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't why
So is Castravel. Yeah.
Versus,
Like, there's most planets are probably fine for that. To be fair.
I would say
we really want to
Akaton
get to
just for
Akaton. We really want to get to Akaton.
combination of
just to get to
story
Ramesses.
reasons and
Yeah.
also there's the fact that, you know, maybe if things in Versus don't go so well, maybe we don't want to have one of our ships being fixed up there.
Again, yeah. You mean like besides the 11th hour?
Well, yeah, but
Because
Lyko and Colin have written
Mhm.
off the 11th.
that's fine. It is just another asset you have, though. Keep in mind.
11th hour is going
You
to be
say
something.
asset, I say liability.
Yeah, like it could be many things.
2,000
For now, until we
flares.
really...
2,000 flares, all those crates of grain. Like, yep.
Sora's just going to go get that repaired once all this is all this story's over. He's just going to go get it repaired, and it's just going to...
Is this like your? It's a bit like your
So,
convertible driving off into the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we've pretty much got a plan then.
Sounds like it, right? So
Yeah.
Kivalari goes to Versus. Keep in mind though, right? You could call Babak and see if he would meet you on, you know, Akaton. It means he's not in the nest of the stewards as well.
And it means that we're not splitting up the team.
So that's an option. Doesn't mean to say he'll say yes, but if he's all jumped to Akaton, what's the
about-
worst?
How about
Three
we
ships there,
go
don't know if it comes
to we escort
to-
if we escort the Azure Flare to Akaton, we contact him if he feels happy coming to Akaton. That's great. If not, we go to Versus with 2 ships and leave the Azure Flare behind.
Yeah. Sounds like a decent plan, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Shakos will say, okay, we divert to Akaton only if we agree the first thing we do is reach out to Babak. I'd feel better trying to send off a message now, as soon as we're able to jump away.
I agree.
Fair.
because then
Makes
he can
sense.
get the message by the time we get somewhere to pick it up, his reply. Then we know if we immediately have to set about travelling to Versus. I don't want to get to Akaton and then find out we've all got different priorities. Like not reporting to my boss and your boss. And she just looks at you like, that's still technically right? Yeah.
I understand, and as I say, I am eager to loop him in as soon as possible.
Good. I think we just get the Azure Flare to jump then. And then I think with that, Isabel will say, I'll go and give them a hand then, unless you need me here.
One thing before you go, and I'll ask Weird this when he's less preoccupied. We don't all need to be on the same page because there is no answer yet, but I want to gauge where we are. Who do we think is responsible?
I think there's that moment, right, in any of those murder mystery movies wherever their eyes just move around the room to see what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
And the camera cuts between them all. And I think that's where we end. Because that is a better note to end on. Yeah.
You know why I did?
Your answer, no idea, mate.
The reason I did that is because it was the most detective-y thing.
Yes, it was good. I really liked it. It was also a really good ending to the scene, which I really enjoyed.
What does Columbo say?
Yeah, well, is it Kojak or Columbo that had the lollipop? Was it Kojak?
Kojak had the
Yeah.
lollipop.
Right, okay. So
I'll be honest, I was never really a Kojak or a Columbo guy, but
Right.
he did like to ask questions as people left the room or he left the room.
okay, so session
Columbo
names, guys.
like
Session
it.
names.
God honest, man.
It's Zigspro.
I mean, whose fault is it anyways? Isn't that?
Memory lapse.
What have you done to time?
What's the time? What's the time, Mr. Wolf?
Whose timeline is it
Right.
anyway?
Time after time. Have we used that already?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
No, I don't think we have. Not yet.
Time after time.
Great song, right?
It's a really good song.
Accusations are also good. The Plan.
Who was that? Cyndi Lauper?
Is it Cyndi Lauper that does Time After Time?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on, I'm just gonna check.
God bless Cyndi Lauper.
Mhm,
As
yeah,
Yes.
agreed.
GD from Scrubs once said.
But more into the naming of the session, people.
I think I might be confusing that. Anyway, yeah, I like. We give it. No, I don't like that. That's unacceptable.
I dislike it.
That's
The only,
atrocious.
the only
Give it back.
the only reason I dislike it is because it's with a K and none of it's capitalized.
Right, none of it's capitalised. Right.
The only way is verses.
Oh dear,
Is that how it's done? Right, I don't know.
it is. See, I don't know. What do you think? Come on, guys. We need actual suggestions here. I have.
Doing a flip back, so it's me. Right, sorry. Composure. I don't know.
I hate it. I hate the fact that you've put it in my head. But back to the drawing board.
Oh, dear.
Wait.
Second hand unwinds.
Mm.
The drum beats out of time.
What about this then, right? What about responsibility? Because you were very, very specific about what you did and didn't want to do with the weapon, right? And I think it also ties into the ending because you were like,
responsibility. The problem with that, right? For me, it always makes me think of the song Motorcycle by Megadeth
Okay, it doesn't make me think of that, but okay.
because of the way he weirdly enunciates the word responsibility. That song.
How does he do it?
Like Dave Mustaine.
So
That's a helpful answer.
no,
He
but
is Dave Mustaine, so he would, wouldn't he?
yeah. Right. So I'm just
I'm
gonna.
just gonna go for time after time, right?
Okay.
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 Thank you.
There we go. Perfect.
Right,
We've
we'll
got a
just
session
break the
title.
plan. We'll
There
get
we
it again.
Yep. There we go. It's sorted. We have a session title. Let's peruse the goals, guys.
Go.
Always believe in your
So,
goals.
Yeah.
I think.
maybe the first one's done. Maybe mine's is done. I don't know. We put a plan into effect. My plan regarding to Dimogesh's proposition is he's an untrustworthy fuck. I'm not going to that guy's fucking place and having dinner with him. Like,
So your plan specifically doesn't involve Demogesh, though,
okay.
right? So his whole thing
Kinda
was
does.
see if you'd leaned into Shakos's go plant a bug. Maybe I'd have given you that, but you haven't done
That
like.
was a bad idea.
Of course, it was a terrible idea.
No,
Never seen-
I'm sorry, racism may
I'm
be a
kinda
factor,
good.
but that idea is also one.
Yeah, she basically
I
didn't
love
care of
her
what happened to him.
ability to just
I'm kind
switch,
of gone
like,
off the fact that, like,
Sorry,
we
what
have
was
a
that?
plan.
What was that, Zig? Sorry, what were you saying?
oh no, I was just loved the fact that she was you know, at the slightest like hint of doing something wrong against her boss,
Hmm.
and then instantly going, oh well, you could just do all these things.
Yeah, you just like break the
against
highest Vesk law.
essentially, you know, yeah.
Hast thou considered mega espionage?
That is a good title. We'll wait for that session.
Oh, that's probably
We've made
Espionage?
we've
No,
made-
that's a Pokemon.
we've made
Um,
Vespionage a joke. We've used that before, not
Yeah,
as a
I was
title,
thinking-
but just as a joke. So anyway,
Yeah,
right. So it's all right. Your
Yeah.
personal one, not yet, because you haven't made a plan about what to do about Demogesh. You've specifically
was-
not.
but we kind of have. Like, the whole point that I wanted to go to get Cindy and why we're actually going to Akaton.
No, your
So,
plan,
yeah,
right? Your
well,
plan
yeah,
is
yeah,
get everybody back to Akaton. Ideally, get
Yeah,
Babak back to Akaton. Sorry. Speak to Q-Bob and Ramasethu about setting up to get to Eox. That's it. That's the plan. No,
which
the plan hasn't.
I want.
The plan doesn't go past that.
Yeah, but I specifically wanted to, like, speed up that plan to destabilize Damagesh.
That's about 15 goals away.
I mean, it is, but it's a part of a plan. Like, I'm
Well,
basically.
maybe put that in as the
answering
goal then.
his proposition.
Maybe put that in as the goal then. You specifically put in what you want to achieve regarding Demogesh,
Yeah.
and we'll get it sorted.
Like, what I kind of meant, what by that goal,
Mhm.
like, was like his proposition. Like, I've answered his proposition. I'm not going to him. But I don't trust him.
But you haven't though. You've not like phoned him up and went, by the way, I ain't coming. Like,
I don't need to. I mean,
Well, there you go then.
answered him by plotting against him, essentially.
I'm. I think I'm gonna stick- I think I'm going to stick with what I said. And if you can actually put a plan that involved the word Demogesh in, I'll give you a goal. But that didn't happen during the session, sadly, because you shot down Shakos's plan that was against Demogesh directly, and you didn't even substitute it for a better one. So mostly he's focused on getting the ships away and dealing with Babak.
feel like-
He's the focus. So you work on your goal for now. Work on that. Lyko, personal goal.
Like a virgin touch for the very first time. As Madonna is wont to say. I think I did investigate it,
You did?
and I think I basically confirmed my hypothesis, and I think I've more or less plumbed the depths of that question for now, unless I can like find a grey.
I'd say I think you've done that one right. Like that, I feel like you've
That's-
learned what you can. Yeah.
Completionized, yeah.
Mhm,
So let me see if I can remember how to insert
Cell shift down.
there. So, fucking thing. God damn it! There we go.
And then, right, what you want to do
Then
is you want to. There we go. Perfect.
go full,
So,
accepting as much as I am.
right, so we obviously know that you need a personal goal. Weirds isn't in play. Zig, personal goal. Are we all?
Oh yeah, I'll need to change that to. I had the perfect wording and I've just lost it.
Does the vault exist? Is happiness real?
So you have a think about
Who am
that,
I?
right? I'll go over the
Um,
general goals while you're having a think,
Yeah,
right?
cool.
So, secure Key Valari intel crew corpses to late as possible and take to relative safety. That is going to happen next session,
Yeah.
unless you somehow don't, right? But I assume that will be complete next session. Yeah, makes sense. Ensure Weird removes VESC safeguard protocols in the file. That will probably happen next session, if you can get it done, assuming he's here.
I was going to do like a small edit to that and just say like ensured VESC safeguard protocols.
Yeah, if you want to do that, yep, because you
That's fair, yeah, because it's silly to make it.
and you've kind of put Alice on that,
But yeah.
so you kind of want that edited, yeah. What you could do is have Weird check that that actually happened.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can, she might have done it, right? She might have rewired everything, it's fine. Fix the Azure Flare, likely going to happen next session, right? So that is 1, 2, 3 goals likely to happen next session. Then determine how involved or complicit Babak was, right? That is hopefully going to happen next session, right?
If not, probably the one after, yeah.
Right. And then reintegrate with crew, bring the crew up to date. Zig?
Get her.
Fun to do that.
Sorry, right, hold on. Come back to me in 2
Disintegrate
seconds.
crew, yes.
Finger of death. Finger of death.
What's this? What was the question?
Reintegrate with crew. bring the
Reintegrate with
up to
crew.
date.
Okay, that's
Do
no,
you
it's because I'm typing and thinking of words.
do you think it's
Um,
complete? Yes or no?
Can I say yes?
I mean, you can. Do you think it's complete?
I mean, yeah. Well, technically, weird wasn't there.
That's fine.
I think it's complete. Like,
Mhm.
he was listening.
I'm not
He
counting
was just busy. Like, he wasn't really
like like all the extra crew people, just core crew,
If you're if I was a dick and saying you're counting just crew, like core crew, then you wouldn't have got it. But I'm going to give you it because you did bring the crew up to date, and we can just assume that you'd looped Weird in.
Were the keys, where would I be?
Yeah.
Unless you're specifically trying to withhold that information from anyone. I'm just assuming you kind of get that date. Yep, chuck that over in the completed list.
Weirdly, doesn't want to tell Emlyn.
Weird. Yeah, who knew, right? We should probably
I
say,
said,
while that's happening, I should probably just throw out congratulations to our Emlyn Daly and our Weird, I guess.
Commiserations to Emlyn and Weird on this, the death of their singledom.
Take that, singledom. Or-
But sincerely, if you are listening back, congrats.
Yes. Right. So, do you want to deal with the general goal and chuck it over?
right. Okay. Insert. Hold on. No.
Insert cell, shift down,
There we go. Shift down.
and then...
Nope. Wrong.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, you need to do
Right, so how many have we done this level? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my lord!
Mhm.
It's fine.
And then, there you go, buddy.
We're 9. That would be 9.
Yeah.
Do I sense a level up coming next session, maybe?
You probably do. Which would be nice. Also, the
Spicy level.
the checkpoint will be 12 goals, and it'll be level 12 you just go to.
Because fuck doing it level by level.
Correct.
Level by level is for pussies.
So,
Come at me, Paizo Games.
this is when everything shuts down. Oh.
This is when Paizo do actually come
Yeah.
at me, and I'm like, no, please, you're a large company, and I'm a small man. I'm not small.
They're our only
Relatively
viewer.
average.
They're the only ones streaming Starfinder. Give them all the
For
support.
anyone listening at home, I am pretty much exactly average height. So there you go.
Regardless of that, right? Any other goals? So, Zig, you've put a personal goal in?
Do with losing a couple of pounds.
No, I was about to read Zora's goal there. Put plan into effect. Establish if Sound Queen has access to Vault and persuade her to take me.
Sound Queen.
Sound Queen?
Well, she's sound, right?
Yeah, okay.
She's like a sound queen.
Do you mean
You're fine.
Thanida? Is that who you
Yeah.
mean? Okay.
I tried to spell it like 3 times. I gave up.
Okay. Thanida. Yep, that's
Someone
fine.
else can
Like
spell
her-
it for me. It's fine.
I was going to say her name's on the screen, but it's not actually on screen.
Yeah, I went over to the screen to look at it, and I was like, "Oh god damn it!"
Make like my
She's
go to insult everyone. in the
that's
session, so
almost it.
easily do it.
Thanida. So it's
Mm.
it's Thanwida.
Oh, okay.
with apostrophes around the Y.
On both
See,
sides.
that looks like some sort of dialect of Northern English, like something you would say to greet someone, like "Thanida."
Thanida. Yep.
Thanida.
You know, that,
Thanida
Yeah.
to you
that
too.
was,
I actually just really like the way it sounds. Thanida sounds really nice.
Thanida. Yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah.
Why,
That's not apostrophe.
why is
That's not
Thanida?
Right, so establish if Thanida has access to Vault and persuade her to take me. Yeah, because arguably, if she's out of the Vault and her sister has access to the Vault still, she might have access to the Vault still.
Mhm.
And then there
If
might be,
she has access to the vault,
there still might be a Thanida in the Vault.
Yeah, this is what I'm. There's so many things I'm afraid of.
Can we get infinite Thanidas?
And then just irradiate them all and send them all at the Oblivions and the Vest at the same.
An army the likes of which this world has never seen.
No, because they'd all argue about who was in charge.
It's true, actually. It's actually true. That's more terrifying than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Right, okay.
Civil War.
Lyko, any personal goals?
No, it's dark but beautiful.
Mhm. Terrible as them all.
I've just knocked the mouse off the table. Bear with me a second.
Okay.
Ow.
Okay, so Zora, you've got your new goal, which is
I changed it, but I don't know if you would allow that. That's
so put plan into effect in regards the information we got from Demogesh. What does that even mean?
I just need to make a plan, like summer in probably. Right.
Right, so here's what you just said to me. Right. There you go.
You get double guess plan. Cool.
That's what you meant, right?
Yeah, sure.
You zigged that goal. You zigged that goal bad. Oh my god. Anyway, Lyko, any personal goals to chuck in?
I'm sorry. It's too much sometimes.
Hey, I got broke earlier today. This is the session.
Personal goals. Honestly, no, not right this second. I'll have a think.
What about something to do with Babak?
Confront Babak regarding.
So we know we've got determined how involved our complicity was, right?
Yeah.
But what are you going to do when you learn, right? What is the next step? Because it's either, do you want to keep working with him if he's on the level, or do you want to, like, if you believe him, are you going to then tell him to confirm these beliefs, right? So, see what I mean? There could be follow-up.
Investigate
Wait.
Babak?
See next session. See if he's on the level. See if he's on the level. Like Ivan Zibbles, man.
So, maybe that should be the general goal again, because there's a spare general goal going, unless she's had another idea.
Ivan. Yeah,
Right.
no, Ivan.
Is investigate Babak too broad a goal?
I think that's still rolled in to determine how involved in
Yeah.
complicity is, right?
Yeah.
I think that's still.
Okay.
It was just a thought. I never.
We're
It wasn't. This is.
moving there. It's like, well,
I mean, surely we should get at least Ivan back for bringing back shit and stuff, right? We done with Job.
I mean, if you report everything back, he was going to do what he can to get Yavin. Yeah, that was the plan.
So like we should.
I think
basically
that
get
that's
Ivan
sort of
back.
tied up in
You know,
like the secure and the
Mhm.
determine how complicit. Once we do that, we'll sort of
Mhm.
we'll have to see what we think.
Unless MJ's got another general goal that can go in.
I feel like if we go with the ship, though, I feel like if we go with that ship, we've lost that ship. I think that's basically.
I'm just
But I
gonna.
feel-
Quite possibly, yeah.
I don't know why he would want it. He would why us to keep it. I don't know why he
I'm
would
just gonna
want it back.
fix the. Why is this not
Well,
fixed in the
agreed,
formatting?
agreed. But the simple fact is that is what we agreed to do, and if we feel he's on the level, it would seem to me illegitimate to keep it from him.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I agree 100%.
So as a result, yeah, I'm 100% saying now, if we feel that we should
I've always
trust him to at least a basic extent, like we don't have to feel like he's completely on level, so long as we feel like he's not the villain, he's not like the mastermind behind it. So long as we think we can safely hand over this, we just do.
Mhm.
And and this
Just,
over.
just
All of it?
like we usually always do.
Yeah.
We don't need to keep
I
the
do wonder if maybe
Remember you've got the...
prepare for mission to Eox is the next thing.
Hey, that could be valid, right? You've got the Akaton to get to... In fact, you could be contact Cubob, contact Ramasethu. Those could be a general and a personal goal.
In fact, I'm going to just change mine to like Q-Bob, right? Because I think it might
Yeah.
be a good idea for me.
I don't feel like I'm quite at the Ramasethu thing because it feels too meta at the moment.
Right, okay, that's fine.
I think like Lyko hasn't really had that thought quite yet, although he was confused and weirded out a couple of times in this.
Yeah,
session.
and like, as I said, see if you want to think about it as Lyko, keep in mind, Zig came clean 100%, right, up front and said what he had to say, and
Yeah,
your
Zig's
memories don't match up.
memories fucked up, though.
Yeah, so the more you think of stuff, like if you thought about, like, Isabel and you thought about, do you call it, like, Tenaida, they won't make sense to you, so it makes sense
Okay,
that you'll want to, like, sort that out. Okay, so you want to take Zig shopping at Cubob's? Sure. That can be your personal goal.
How about
I'm going to say that you need to actually buy something for that to count, though, just so you know.
I'm assuming that Zig's he wanted to buy something and he didn't have the money. Like,
Yeah, he did want armor.
Yeah, but that's before you had like the extra money the Queen gave him.
yeah. I'm assuming that's like one of the best places we could just the kind of catch-all get in we kind of want if we wanted it really sort of idea.
Oh yeah.
Within reason.
I think I'm going to leave it blank for the moment and try and come up with something during the week.
Okay, if you can do it during the week, message me as soon as you have done it so I can actually look at it.
Yeah.
Just so as I actually know it's a thing that's happened. Beyond that though, right, so that's obviously take Zig shopping at Cubob's. As I said, needs to buy something for that to count, right? So it's actually spending money at Cubob's that matters. The general goal that I've just typed Ivan into, what's happening with that? Because remember, autocompletes aren't goals. And you doing the Kivalari was technically the goal that would be getting Ivan.
Yeah, they would reward us with that.
Because keep in mind, if you turn on Babak for any valid or invalid reason, does that jeopardize Ivan? Yes or no? 'Cause keep in mind, Ivan's technically an illegal weapon.
Not a way.
I agree, he's lovely.
I'm just trying to figure out a better way
I think
to plot
it
this
could
to
be,
make
right,
something
it could be secure Ivan regardless of Babak. Right? Because that would cover you guys if you didn't get him from Babak. But that's a whole other mission goal. It may be worth not mentioning Ivan in the goals, and it's maybe worth having something else that's like... So, fix the Azure Flare properly, and the Kivalari properly could be a thing. Get ships back in working order could be the goal at Akaton.
I do feel like Ivan is a semi-safe bet if we take Kivalari to that place though.
Yeah, like that's what I mean by like autocompletes, right? You could have read into that.
It's basically just secure Ivan. Just secure Ivan.
As I said, so fix the key. Like the Azure Flare is to get it back to Akaton. Maybe it wouldn't get anywhere else. So making sure all the ships are working when you're at Akaton might be a worthwhile goal, right?
Rebuild the fleet.
So I think like maybe that secure Ivan's a maybe we could take next session just for a cheese goal.
Nah, I don't think it's an autocomplete really, in my opinion. Yeah, because unless you're actually going to then start storming verses to get him back, which I don't think you'll do straight away. So I think
it's not complete. I feel if Max on the level and he did try to get,
I think that's a better one.
Has completed. Like.
There's my other suggestion. And it's pretty much what Zig said. Nope, you've deleted it.
It changed. I know because it was on. I was clicked on it already. Yeah, I just Control Z.
No.
Yeah, cool.
I think that's maybe a better one because fix Azure Flares specifically now. Jump to Akaton, repair all the ships, maybe even get weapons on the Azure Flare. And obviously, if you gave enough notice to Bob, he might be able to order things in before you get there. So, have a think about that. It'll also be your level +2 that he can access for obviously a small markup in terms of like tech
Sizable.
Keep in mind as well, if you do enough goals next session, that'll be level 12 or 14. Right? Because remember, if you get 12 goals complete, these will be level 12.
To clear up the board, level up.
Right? Clear the board, level up, get potentially level 14 weapons. Go to Eox, get Sindael, fuck up Demogesh. It's a good plan. Sound good, everybody? I think that sounds
dig
good.
it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I think that's goals done. If everybody's happy with that, let us do wrap-up chat, and why don't we start us off, Zig?
It was great. Loved it. Loved it all.
Alright.
I love just thinking about the consequences of time travel, and
Oof, yeah.
it's just a really fun exercise. And it's nice to like bounce off like everyone into getting everyone engaged in that horribleness of
when everything
what we
happened.
actually done.
Yeah, welcome to me and Callum's headache we had a couple of sessions back. Yep.
It was really funny.
That's good.
Yeah, I did. I just loved like the nice just sitting around to actually making a plan and see. Like, I mean, we seem to do it quite a bit actually, but sitting down and pacing.
There has been this like mystery session recently, the mystery arc, I should say, right? So the Kivalari's been quite. I've loved it personally.
It's been really good. I've liked it a lot. I'm really interested in the whole medical grey thing. What's going on in their brains, really?
Yeah, it's been quite
concerning. Concerning brains. Oh heck. I mean, yeah, I love Captain's interactions with Lyko. I love Lyko's interactions with the Captain. I love the interactions between I was gonna say Isabel and everyone. I think there's just a lot going on.
I love CC. I just love him to bits.
CC's great.
Yep.
And I do. Like I said at the start, I love that like little image of flying over with Zig and CC just in the
him just pushing random buttons, pulling things off, accusing you of them. Like, yeah.
Yep.
It's good. I love it.
I would love a poster of that. That'd be
It'd be great. Just your face being squashed by his feet.
That session. He was on my shoulders the whole time. Forgot he was there.
Yeah, probably fell asleep.
He's just sleeping on my face.
Didn't you drop him off at the Azure Flare? I think he's on the Azure Flare. That's
yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember lifting him up. I just couldn't remember.
Yeah, but he probably slept the whole way over. Yeah, no, he definitely slept. Quite frankly, remember you dropped off. You handed him out from the ship to Query, and Query's like, "What do I do with it? Bye." Oh, okay. And CC just hung there, being held, manhandled. So that was Query's problem. There's probably a lost episode dedicated to that, where it's just Savannah screaming at both of them.
Well said.
It's good. Anything else, Sig?
Yeah, I'm loving being this person who's supposed to have the big plan in their head and just doesn't, but is still trying to pull off that they know that everything's going on.
I would like to know what the big plan is. What that would be.
There's no fucking plan.
There's no fucking plan.
What I love though is he's mostly trying to convince himself, because he hasn't told you anything about that part. I just love that he's like, he never told you that he sent himself back, or told him not to go back. He's just saying to himself, well, I know I sent myself back for a reason to stop going back, so
I guess I'll find the reason.
Yeah, and then I'll know. Will I? So I love that. That's good. Yeah.
I'm just loving that concept of like, well, I do have the plan because it was me, so I just need to do the thing that gives me the plan.
Oh yeah, that's good. I like that too.
So,
I'm loving you and Isabel's little like moments together as well. I'm enjoying those. Those are good.
Yes. I'm a huge fan
shenanigans.
Of all of that nonsense.
It's good. Yeah. Anything else, buddy? I love it. So good.
No, that'll be everything from me for this evening.
Nice.
Good night.
Surely you're going to try and sell me M&S chocolate.
Lyco?
La, 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 la. Yeah, I'm very tired. Because
Understandable.
It's been like 3 hours since we came back from break.
Yes.
So I'm going to keep it brief. I also enjoyed the things that he said. Good night. No, I enjoyed very much like doing more of the grey stuff, and sort of working out the where the trust lies and what the priorities are.
That data is probably pretty valuable as well.
And obviously, it's something that I've sort of referred back to, and like these guys don't seem to have had a clue that they were under grey influence, but presumably that listening station or relay is going to have security footage, which may already have bounced back, right? We should have evidence to back up our claims. Even if we don't, I think the testimony of several people and the evidence, the weird brainwaves, may help. But this could be a valuable thing. So, also, yeah, we sort of settled on something's weird with Babak, but we definitely feel that he is the one that we can approach.
Yeah, he's like the safest bet. Yeah.
Yeah. Even if things are amiss, he's still got to play it at least partly cool because he is one of the sort of foremost officers in the stewards. He can only get away with so much openly, even if he is sort of at it behind the scenes. So yeah, it's nice we sort of settled in the course of action, and obviously I wanted to sort of leave us on that note of, okay, now that we've discussed what we think we can do, who we think we can trust, who do we actually think is responsible? Like leaving that like, never mind all the triangulating and the hypothesizing about like what is the best avenue for us to take. What do we think is the actual honest to God truth behind all of this? Which I think sometimes we get a bit lost in the weeds as far as like the theorizing and the
like a lot of planning. Yeah.
And Lyko ultimately is a detective, right? He is a truth seeker.
And this is what Shako said, right? Like, this is all well and good, but let's start knocking on doors, right? That was her approach. Yeah. Literally, the two cops were like, "Can we go do the cop thing now, please?"
Also, we have very different approaches in terms of she's like the, "Let's go ask them," and I'm like, "Yeah, ask them." But
if by ask you meant through a scope at a distance without their knowledge,
let's think first, and let's try and sort of triangulate it. And what's our approach? And yeah. Her approach is a bit more beat cop, maybe.
Yeah, but that's obviously her experience, right?
Yeah. And
yours is like subterfuge.
Has a bit more of that skullduggery. And I think that's it's always fun getting to explore your character. I've said many times, I'm not a believer in the idea that a story needs character development, because I think a lot of great stories are character studies, and it's not necessarily changing character, it's exploring.
I was going to say that, it's exploring. Yeah, that was literally the term I was going to use. Exploring a character isn't the same as developing. You develop an opinion of the character, which is different to the character changing.
And so you understand the character better, and you get to see more of that character, you get more insight into them. And for me, I'm sure Lyko has changed a bit over the years, not least of all because I settled into playing him. But I think part of it also is you're getting to see more and more little bits of him come to the fore. And so, yeah, I do enjoy any time that I get the option to be detective. Because that was a big part of what I was thinking about when I designed him.
And it's been a big arc, at least. I'm glad that I could at least deliver some kind of mystery-specific arc.
Yes.
Because obviously the game's a mystery, full stop, but...
Yeah. I've been very much enjoying the whole madness of this, and I think we've sort of explored the limits of what we can on the ships.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's time that we go out into the world and start asking people face to face.
Yep,
what the fuck?
knocking on doors. Yep.
Knocking on doors. There we go.
Good. Could have been a session title,
also,
actually.
I like that I was like immediately, Zeg, what the fuck did you do? Zeg, have you ruined time? Zeg, what have you done?
Did you do a time? Oh
Did
dear.
you do the time thing?
What have I told you about time?
We don't have the time. I
Have you
can't.
tried turning it off and back on
Yes.
again?
Yes. So yeah. Anything else, Michael?
I think that is me.
Zora, the Vesk captain.
Zora, the best captain. Yes. Nico, as well.
Yeah.
Everything goes back.
Just start again.
It's happened,
Fuck,
so
we'll
happen
do it
again.
live.
Well, thought conspiracies. I like it. It's fun. Good fun. Who made the zombies on the Kivalari? Who knows? Still don't know. Still not quite 100%.
Like, does Nico have like a if you had to put money on it, who do you think? Is there enough yet for you to be like, oh?
Probably Democash.
Okay, interesting. I like it.
Let's put my money on it.
It's weird for me because this is one of the few things where, because it's not the actual finale of the game, normally I don't write a lot of this stuff down, but like this is one of the few things the Kivalari arc has had answers for a long time, and I'm sat here going, Gat, can you work it out yet so I can say the things I know that I'm not allowed to say because I'm the GM and I hate this part of the game where you know mysteries and you're like, but I know the answers. Yeah.
I just feel like he's Democash. Like, everything adds up to him. Like, it'd be good for him to frame the Obsidian Star. It'd be good for him to get rid of the back. It would be good for him to
That's true. So true.
test out a new weapon. He's been
But then, considering the Obsidian
developing.
Star's methods, it would probably be they'd probably be quite happy to take the blame for it if it meant the Viscarium getting away with it.
Nah, I mean, they might be shown using that stuff. That'd be like an insult. That's bio warfare. It's not like
That's
good old muscle and stuff. Like the Obsidian Star in general probably made a lot of their methods probably wouldn't be liked like into the public eye. The Viscarium.
Yeah, a lot of their files are very redacted. Yes.
Like because they would basically go against everything that the Viscarium stands for, because you know what governments are like, right?
Well, the way the Imperatrix would stand is her right hand out gesturing to her amazing public and her left hand clasped behind her back, right? And that should tell you everything about Demogesh and Matva.
And it just doesn't make sense for like the Obsidian Star to be so openly like, oh, here's this beautiful, amazing, perfectly fitting canistered box that you can have, that you can store all this in. Here, keep it. We'll leave it here for everybody. It just doesn't make sense as to like that's not what the Black Ops would do. They would know to take the fucking box back because you don't leave evidence like that. Like,
So here's another question that you haven't really chased up on yet. Where are the crew?
I mean, we can't really trace up on it yet because they've gone with the Vesk as far as we understand.
studying the brand new subjects, the new weapon that they just fucking developed to see what the effects are like.
So, it'd be great if you could figure out who the buyer was.
It would.
Buyer doesn't exist. It's just
Yeah, it's a setup. Quite possibly. Quite possibly.
Good. So the people that were taking off the unknown ship, the initial contact, right, that pulled the Kevlar this way in the first place, if you can ID those people as well, that'd be good.
That would be valuable.
Yep.
Which Babat might be a good assist.
Yep. As I said, you can probably do it, but like you'd need access to Steward Network regardless.
As long as we can access the systems, we.
Yep. And then the only reason you wouldn't do it here is because of the clandestine nature. As soon as you get back to somewhere, you can get Babat to do it, or you could do it with Shakos's help, right? Easy peasy. So that could give you a bit more info as well, which would be good in case they've got records, right? So definitely something worth checking out, because remember they were all scanned with the medical data, so you could forward that up to the database and see if any hits come back. Which would be interesting. All stuff you can do. Anything else, buddy? Nico.
God damn, I'm fucking muted.
Sorry.
Oh my lord.
Okay, well, repeat whatever you said.
I says no. It was good. It was fun. It was good discussions and quite enjoyed interactions with Alice and stuff. It was fun.
Yeah. Alice with her betting herself if you'd hug her back or not. like, I was like, well, I owe myself 10 credits now. She doesn't quite understand it. But yeah.
I would like to leave you all with a tweet that I read earlier.
Oh
today.
god, do I want this?
You do, trust me. Walking up behind my enemies and whispering the two most harmful words in the English language. Baby shark.
And with that, I guess, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
See you all in the future.